think I'm seeing things. Read the line in between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pot, whoa. Eye off life in the spot, though. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many ongoing, too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's in the way we left at. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mind. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my.
Heart overhead, and I guess love to watch the way you made me into a mess. Hands on my dress, neon red. You were everything I didn't need until you left. Now I'm dancing around my living room. I get drunk on the thought of you and I, when you were mine. See your eyes in every stranger. I replay the way that we were till I'm high. No, it's not right. I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. I miss you kissing me like you used to, like only you do. You know that the things are never as good as the bad, and your love is better than anything I've ever had. Oh, I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. I know you're gone, and you probably just forgot me. Yeah, you're moving on, but I can't let go, 'cause I'm still sleeping with the moments, lying with your ghost. Now I'm dancing around my living room. I get drunk on the thought of you and you're not mine. But I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. I miss you kissing me like you used to, like only you do. You know that the things are never as good as the bad, and your love is better than anything I've ever had. Oh, I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. Heart overhead, and I guess I love to watch the way you made me into a mess. I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. I miss you kissing me like you used to, like only you do. You know that the things are never as good as the bad, and your love is better than anything I've ever had. Oh, I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. You know that the things are never as good as the bad, and your love is better than anything I've ever had. Oh, I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to.
Hey Ray，你怎么在这里排队？
No, I'm just helping our friend to register for some tournament.
哦，还是我们一起去那里打2把牌？
Okay.
APT 季收打2024已经如火如荼的拉开序幕。
And running from now until the 5th of May, APT Jeju has 86 trophy event and has more than 5 billion Korean won in guaranteed prize pool.
4月27号银狮子豪客赛，5月4号铜狮子豪客赛。
And the 2 billion Korean won guaranteed main event starts on April 29.
就 万不要错过这些精彩的赛事，我们诚挚的邀请你一起来玩。
And if you're following from home, you can follow our daily coverage of the series and the daily streams starting with the APT All-Star Showdown. I'm all in.
Go, I go. I'm all in. This is? Class! I have a class! Yes! 如果你想知道更多详情，欢迎上 APT Poker。I have a class! 你闻到了吗？空气中那充满兴奋的味道，因为主赛事即将开始喽！欢迎来到 APT 济州岛2024，主赛一直从今天持续到5月1号，从 Fly A 到 Fly B， 总共4组，有很充足的机会可以参加这20亿韩裔保底的主赛事。不少各路好手都前来 APT 济州岛，除了 APT 上一届的冠军，还有不少年轻的面孔都在摩拳擦掌的想要一展身手。这将会是一个精彩的赛事，一直到冠军高举那金句狮奖杯。别忘记关注我们的直播和报道，将获取最新的第一手赛事资讯。这将会是一场精彩的赛事，让我们一起为这场赛事加油
！And not a diamond. Congratulations to Shuashua from Taiwan.
Wang Yutang is his name. Shuashua on natural eight.
对，我现在感觉我很开心，很开心，因为我原本就是打这场比赛是希望可以就是拿到主赛的门票，然后后来能够真的打到最后6个人的时候，我就知道，就是有一些就有棒赛教练是认识的朋友，然后我也很希望能够最后和他打到 HU。然后也真的就最后是我跟他一起，然后并且打赢了，然后我就很开心。在比赛中最有挑战性的是，决赛周的筹码都很多，然后你要清楚的计算每个人的马量到底是多少，我觉得这是比较困难的一件事情。要对家人说的吗？我在济州过得还不错，在 APT 台北的时候拿了3个奖杯，然后目前在济州这一场 APT， 他是我的第1个，所以我也希望他之后能够有第2个、第3个能够追平我之前在台北的记录。内推。
The APT All-Star Showdown.
So today I'm gonna play the All-Star Challenge. It's like an invitational event with the best of the poker players.
这种比赛在这个普通的赛制里面很难遇到。
这个应该就是一个9人桌的 sit and go 吧，算是。
Everybody is really good. I think Punat and Danny Tang are really great players. Better than me for sure, but I can still bluff them one time.
所以其实还是看自己发挥怎么样，财运怎么样，我觉得这个才是最重要的。其实外卡玩家参赛的话，我觉得肯定更加有竞争力，因为他们从这么多参赛人员当中拿到了参赛名额，他们这个比赛会更加认真，所以我也是还蛮看好外卡玩家的。
I feel like Sobes being picked as wildcard. I play a lot on poker on natural age. My favorite emoji was airpiece. I just click the emoji like way more often than average players.
每把都有3 bet， 说是入池率最高的，掉的最快。上来这个 Planetary 一把牌就掉了入池。
I played total like less than 2 minutes probably. I mean I have jacks small blind against the gun 3 bet. Went with a Niat King. It's quite a fun format because you don't normally get to play like winner takes all 10 goals anymore, and I just think it gives the wildcard also a very good experience to play with different types of players.
I've watched APT grow from the old APT to the new era, and an event run by poker players is like the best ever for a poker tournament.
That's a snap call.
Danny holds here, that is it. 86% to win the trophy, 17,000 USD. Wow, that does it.
Congratulations to Danny Tang of Hong Kong winning the APT All-Star Showdown. How do you feel right now?
Good, yeah. My first APT trophy ever since the new era.
We have a Thai, we have a couple of Taiwan, Japanese. So it's like Asian, some of the best from Asia, right? And it's good to have heads up Hong Kong flags, you know. I'm always proud of playing from Hong Kong, being from Hong Kong, and it's a fun format for sure. I think any time, any trophies, it means something, you know, and it's just good to win. I don't have one in my shelf, so it's good to have one now.
Alvin, look at what's in my mystery bounty.
Okay.
Saranghae.
Greg,
Yes.
look what is in my mystery bounty. Let's go bounty hunting!
Not bad, 5 million! Welcome to the final day of the Mystery Bounty Hunter. There are 511 entries, but only 73 left remaining starting day 2. Now, all 73 players are guaranteed a min cash, but more importantly, they can all start bounty hunting. Sack a player, win a bounty, with the grand prize mystery bounty being 30 million Korean won. Let's see who wins it.
有个4给他搞定啊。
Zero is really good for you. You want one more zero. 0 or 4 is very good. Whoa. Okay, next one, very important. Hey, 3 million, not bad.
这个来吧。
就这个是吧？
Hey, 2 million, not bad.
500万。
500万。
It's good. You know, it's 20 million, bro. It's 20 million.
Okay,
It's you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. You want another zero? Hey! Hey! 30 million! It's the big one! How are you feeling right now? This is the 4th bounty pull of the day, and you won the grand prize.
I feel good.
Yep, it's gone. Sorry. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to day 2 of APT Jeju. It is the final day of the Korean National Cup. There were 404 entries, generating a prize pool of 282 million Korean won, with first place taking home 55 million Korean won and the coveted APT Lion Trophy. We started day 2 with 58 entries, but we will be playing down to just one. Hana.
400 entries in a live event is not super huge, but it's neither small. So, yeah.
ラッキーばっかりで何回も、ピンチがあったんですけど、だいぶラッキーしてチップ増やすことができたんで。
国家杯现在剩下最后12个人嘛，希望我可以成功进到 Final Table， 然后冲击冠军。
The final table was made up of Yuki Sakamoyo of Japan, Zhi Yanxu of China, Tao Wei Chang from Taiwan, Hiroki Manabe from Japan, Mambajav Ekbold from Mongolia, Hao Wang from Taiwan, Caleb Chu Manfei from Hong Kong. In the end, it was Chan Keon from Hong Kong to emerge champion after beating Huang Haoshan from Taiwan in the heads-up battle.
我覺得好開心啦，亦都好覺得自己好彩啦，因為我係第一次參加 APT 同埋任何聯賽嘅，呢個都係我贏過生涯最大嘅獎金。一路拎啲牌都算靚咁樣，咁就好順利咁樣就打到入決賽啦。咁有啲時候 back beat 咗對手咁樣，好彩都贏到咯，都係覺得自己好彩。係啊，咁好多謝啲同事朋友啊，咁所以先可以贏到個比賽。Thank you。
Hello, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to the lovely Landing Casino here at the beautiful Jeju Shinhwa World Resort on Jeju Island, South Korea. I'm here because in just 2 short months, there are going to be 65 poker tables and thousands of poker players here vying for over 5 billion Korean won in guarantees. That's almost $4 million US. And they're going to be able to win that with all of the APT staples, the double stack, the mini main, the mystery bounty, the cup, high roller, superstar, and of course, our featured event, the main event. It has a 2 billion Korean won guarantee. That's approximately 1.5 million USD in guarantees for just that event. So when you want to see a completed schedule, you're going to want to click this link and you will find the full schedule of all the amazing events we're going to have with you at APT Jeju 2024. Also, for the first time in over a year, the APT is going to have cash games. There's at least 15 tables of cash games going on here, with buy-ins as low as 1,000, 3,000 Korean, which is about 75 cent, 225 on the blinds, all the way up to, well, all the way up. And once you've won everything that you can win here, there's so much to explore here, both inside the property and on Jeju itself. There's a water park, a theme park.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience, featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to APT Jeju, South Korea, the 2024. Today, we are looking at day 2 of the Superstar Challenge, a 30 million Korean won buy-in that is just under 25,000 USD. We made it to the final table yesterday, and today there are 7 players competing for the first place prize of 272,000 USD. We saw Anson Yu get eliminated in 8th place yesterday. His ace-8 off did not hold against the pocket fours from Thomas Ward. In first place in chips, Terry Tang has been dominating the table. He is still up a pile of chips. We do have some other big names. Joseph Cheong, who's putting on an absolute clinic yesterday, is looking to take over the lead. We have Danny Tang in last place in chips with just shy of 10 big blinds here. Second place, 187,000. Third place, 119. In fourth place, 86,000. And finally, in fifth place, 70,000 USD. That is more than 3 times the original buy-in. It is going to be a massive bubble. 2 unfortunate players are going to go home with nothing today. And we are going to see just who is going to take it down. How are you doing today, Stephen?
Good morning, Sam. You're looking very well today.
Thank you very much.
Just wanted to make sure that you could hear me. If I said something offensive, you might not respond, and I wasn't sure whether you could hear me.
No, I can hear you loud and clear, Stephen. How are you doing today? It's been a while.
I am very excited because there are, we are witnessing some of the finest Asian poker players playing at the Asian Poker Tour Superstar Challenge. And as you mentioned before, Danny Tang will be at the table, Pete Chen, Justin, and Odita. These are the familiar APT regulars, and I'm looking forward to them battling out for the top prize of 272,000 American dollars.
Yes, it's going to be a big one. Some notable hands from yesterday. Joseph Cheong and Thomas Ward have been battling it out, and Thomas Ward has gotten the better of Joseph in 3 hands. We saw Thomas Ward shoving his ace-5 suited into Joseph's ace-jack. Thomas did flop himself trips and rivered a boat to stack. Not to stack, but to double up through Joseph. He also had a set versus top pair, but Joseph made a very nice fold on the river. Joseph has been playing some very good poker. He is dialed in yesterday. Let's see if he got some rest and can continue on till today.
Of course, and Joseph Cheong, as viewers may remember, was the 3rd place finisher in a WSOP main event several years ago. And, to me, he hasn't aged one day. He just looks as youthful as he was 10 years ago. Maybe not 10.
Yes, I mean, 18 million in live earnings. I think he's going to sleep pretty well at night. And there it is, the black pewter lion up for grabs. I believe this is only the 2nd one.
Correct, yes. So they had the first time ever, they had the Superstar Challenge, the black trophy at Taipei about a month and a half ago. That was won by Elke.
Yes, he did win the first one, and I believe we're calling it the exclusive Black Lion Trophy. I like that.
Right, Danny Tang on time for a change. Silly boy.
Yes, and there it is, the final 7 players. It is going to be a brutal bubble. Danny is at risk here. He only has 325k in chips with blinds at 25k, 50k with the big blind ante, and he's going to be put into the big blind in just 2 hands here.
Well, but, if there's anyone who can handle that kind of short stack play, it'll be Danny Tang. So I'm not worried about that too much.
Absolutely. He's definitely a veteran at all blind levels.
First hand, Pete Chen, UTG folding. Pretty standard. Danny with a 9-7 suited. The bubble is looming, so everyone is going to play a little bit more conservatively, perhaps.
I believe so, especially with 2 very short stacks. We have, Pete Chen down here with 495k, Justin Shu 750k, and Danny Tang with 325k. That's 3 players in about that 7 to 15 big blind range. And then we have a lot of medium stacks who are unfortunately just going to get picked apart by the big stacks, as this is probably the biggest ICM situation in a tournament I've ever seen. Over 3x the buy-in for this money bubble. And here we see Thomas Ward opening up the ace-10 off in the hijack. Is Daisuke really going to go after it against a bigger stack here? He is. He came to play the 3-bet to 225k, a light 3-bet with the ace-jack off. Daisuke is in it to win it.
Well, we often talk about the ICM consideration, the ICM factor, and, everybody is experiencing it. So applying aggression, just getting people to fold a bet, ace-10, just avoiding any kind of equity realization. It's not a bad plan for Mogita.
Yes, he is in position, and, maybe a 3-bet fold is in order. It's not going to put him too far down. He's still 3rd place in chips.
So here it is. I texted Justin this morning to wish him the best of luck. I was jokingly saying next time when I go to Taipei, I'll organize a graduation ceremony for him. Because in the old days, I used to call him the best fish I know. Now that he's graduated to become the worst pro I know.
The worst pro you know. I love it. The banter never ends, does it?
Danny Tang with aces?
Oh, that's got to feel so good.
Look at him. He is feeling good.
Oh, he's just going to bask in this moment, isn't he? Pocket aces. I think the person under the most pressure right now is actually your friend Justin with the 750K in chips, about 15 big blinds. You know, he's in third from last, and he really just needs to hang on here and cannot put his chips at risk.
Very much so. It's often the case in an MTT, especially near the money bubble. The middling stacks are the ones who just have to fold many, many, many hands.
Yes, I like this min raise from Danny. You know, he can definitely be doing this with some wider hands that do want to raise fold because there are those other two short stacks that are going to be getting in there. And he gets it through with the pocket aces. Oh, you know, he was quite short, so that is almost a double up there, though.
Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, so Danny had do something. Danny had three options. Obviously, folding wasn't the option. He could limp, he could min click, and he could, jam pre-flop, right?
Yes, I think
so
I
let's
like
go
limp
through the
the
options.
least.
Yeah, I agree. I think jamming might actually be the best here, with him being so short. What could he raise with 8 big blinds?
Because the intention would be to raise fold, wouldn't it? You know, I think
I don't know. I cannot. Yeah, I cannot answer it in any kind of sensible way. But just thinking through, like limping is the worst. I think we agree on that.
Yes.
You know, is there a case of just putting it in because he could be putting it in with ace jack, ace 10, or something like that?
Yes, absolutely he could. He has the least ICM pressure on him with the shortest stack here. He needs to double up to survive here.
Maybe min clicking made it a little bit face up, perhaps. I don't know. Could he mix enough combos to min click a UTG with 8 big blinds?
I'm sure he could. He is Danny Tang.
It's true. I'll text him.
Yeah.
Show me your 8 big blinds pre-flop min click chat from UTG.
I would love that.
I'll get the operator to plaster it all over the screen for all to see.
You know, he did have about 14 hours to study his under the gun 2 big blind open last night, so maybe he actually does have one.
I'm not sure he would be spending those 14 hours doing that, but...
No, perhaps not.
Yeah.
And in chat, we have the guess the winner now. The form is in the chat. Natural 8 has posted it. Feel free to go in, put in your guesses. Who do you think has got the biggest shot here of taking it down? Steven.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to stick the neck out. What do you think?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that, Steven.
So I'm going to ask you to stick the neck out. Do a mixed prediction. Who do you think will win?
No worries. We do have Terry Tang. Tian Yun Tang goes by Terry, opening up the ace jack of diamonds here in +1. Thomas Ward, a nice defending hand here with the king 10 off. He's been running very well yesterday. He's definitely going to be hoping this is going to continue into today. And he makes the call. We're going to take a heads-up flop here. Thomas Ward from New Zealand. Wow. Talk about an action flop. Thomas Ward here. Top pair. Okay, kicker. Terry Tang. You got to love that flop, too. He is still ahead despite not even having a pair here. He has the gut shot, the overcard, and the nut flush draw. Definitely worthy of a bet. Does not have to be too big. His range advantage here in early position is just so overwhelming. Thomas, very straightforward call here. There it is. There are a lot of action turns in this deck. Let's see if we get one of them. And there is one of them. Thomas Ward improving to 2 pair. And Terry making the nut straight on the turn. What a way to kick this off. Thomas Ward, 41 big blind stack does not want to get the pressure put on him here.
Wow, is it possible to get away with 2 pair?
Not on this turn. Perhaps on the river, but 160k, very good sizing from Terry. Thomas, I can't imagine him raising here. It's just a little bit too risky against the big stack here. And he is out of position. He's going to want to protect his calling range here. There it is, Thomas Ward proceeding with a call. The river's a blank. It's going to be very tough for Thomas to get away here. He still beats some value hands.
Wow, Terry has everything. The diamond draw and the mate straight. Oh, is as blank as it's going to get.
Yes, a brutal river for Thomas Ward, who's most likely going to have to pay off a bet. You know, Terry can still go for value here with ace-king.
How much would you bet on this river? 450?
You know what? I personally would just go for an all-in. Having the straight here is just going to unblock all of your opponent's calling range here. But I don't know how wide Thomas is going to be calling here. Like, I don't know if he's going to call with 2 pair for a jam. I would go close to pot, I think.
400k?
It's a nice size, and it's going to get a snap call from Thomas, and he's going to see the bad news. Off to a rough start here.
To be fair, I mean, Terry had the nut flush draw on the flop. Wasn't going anywhere. You know, ace jack, very legitimate. Just the rollout that was unfortunate for Thomas.
A very action turn card there. It's going to cost Thomas nearly half his stack, and Terry, a commanding lead now, 3.3 million in chips, 83 big blinds, double second place with Daisuke Ogita following up. Terry is going to be able to put on unbelievable amounts of pressure to those middling stacks here.
And is this time of the tournament where the the overwhelming chip leader wanting to keep the shorties alive.
Absolutely. Can just keep adding to that pile little bit by little bit, as everyone is just going to be forced to play so tight. 70k bubble. Absolutely insane. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it.
Well, welcome to the Asian Poker Tour, Sam.
Indeed. I believe this is a record since a new era for the first tournament to break 1 billion Korean won prize pool, the biggest in Korea's history.
That is correct.
What an exciting tournament we get to commentate on, Stephen.
Well, I'm thrilled, and I'm even happier because I am watching some of my dear friends from Taiwan and Hong Kong battling it out for the top prize of 272,000 American dollars. Danny Tang put it in with a king high. Wow, Thomas really is thinking about it. Ooh. Wow.
Oh, does he really want to risk behind big blinds here? He does.
Wow.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't know about that call from Thomas, you know. Ace-5 suited, it is a nice hand, but he's going to put himself in that danger area with Justin also having 18 big blinds if he loses, and doubling up Danny Tang having 3 stacks 18 big blinds. And Danny Tang's going to get the very bad news running into it, completely crushed.
No side pot, correct. It's no side pot. King high, there it is. Well, the good news is no spade has been folded. If that's any good news at all.
I don't know if there's any good news when you see two kings holding king 4 suited for your tournament live. Some chop outs.
Now you're being optimistic.
Some backdoor flush draws. No, that's it.
Sorry, Danny. GG. Main event, day 1B awaits. Oh well.
Indeed.
He did pick up aces and just didn't pick up any dead money. So I just picked up dead money, didn't get any callers. And
Yeah.
Joseph Chung folded ace 10 versus him.
Yes. Yes. Well, good news for Danny though. He can jump into the single day high roller, a 4 million Korean won buy-in, around 3,000 USD. Or there's a no limit hold'em single re-entry for 1 million Korean won that's going on right now, USD about 700. Or he could jump into the main event. It's flight B
I was
today.
gonna say.
Yeah, we have
Yes.
flight C and D tomorrow, and then day 2 will be on Thursday. Not too late to come fly down and jump in. If you are here on Thursday before 11 a.m., before the card's in the air, you can still hop into the day 2.
Well, I'm scheduling for Danny Tang because he has the Natural 8 Hong Kong exclusive tomorrow evening. So that means he's kind of pressed for time for the main event. Should be playing the main event day 1B today for Danny.
Makes sense. That is ongoing right now. And quite a few entries already. I think we're up over 350 entries, including the online players. Yes,
Excellent.
indeed. It's going to be a big one. 2 billion Korean won guaranteed. That's about 1.4 million USD. Looking like it's going to be around 300,000 USD for first place for an 1,800 USD buy-in.
Not too shabby. And the APT has a very special way of entering day 3, which is via a Natural 8, the on live concept. So you play until you get into the money online and you jump straight onto day 3. Saves you a lot of time.
Something Danny could jump into. He's got a very busy schedule. We've seen quite a bit of him already.
So let's get back to this hand. Terry flops middle pair versus Ogita's bottom pair. It's a BVB situation. We are on the stone bubble right now. Terry hitting 2 pair.
How does he
Should be,
do it, Steven?
Very happy. It must be the, I don't know, it could be the charitable work he's done in the past 6 months, maybe? Praying to the right gods?
Perhaps. You know what? I think it's a lucky hoodie. We saw him wear it yesterday. You don't change. Do you change clothes if you're on a final table, Steven?
I do. I don't care about that at all. But then again, I'm like a Superman type person. I just have the same clothes.
Ah.
So I have like 4 t-shirts exactly the same.
I'm also a pretty plain man myself. Yeah, Daisuke does improve to a gut shot here, but facing a very large bet, this is around pot here. Quite common on the double flush draw boards when you're in position.
Mm-hmm. But Ogita is known to be a bit of a non-believer, but not this time.
Pretty tough to be a non-believer on that board.
Correct.
Oh, Daisuke's got to feel good about that. Chip up, putting him nicely in second place here. Six players, 1 away from the money. Oof. the pressure that some of these players must be feeling, a 70K bubble.
We welcome viewers from all around the world. Let us know where you are watching this final table of Superstar Challenge from APT Jeju. Where are you watching this stream from? I know Buffalo Sam is watching it from Jeju.
Yes, indeed.
And of course, the winner form is up. So please click on it. You can guess who the winner is and win fabulous prizes from Natural 8.
So we see Chen Yan Han. He goes by Pete Chen here, raising up the ace-10 off in the hijack. Definitely standard. He does not have a big stack here, just 7 big blinds after his raise, and nice little chip up there to put him at 12 big blinds. Every big blind matters so much here, especially when you have a stack that short.
Pete Chen, one of the most skilled players from Taiwan. He's been around the circuit for years, maybe 12 years, something like that. As you can see, total live earnings, $4.6 million. Best live cash, 382,000. All-time in the list of Taiwan, number 2. Hello, Andy from KL. How are you today? Very glad that you've joined us for this live coverage of the Superstar Challenge final day. I was covering the Superstar Challenge last night in Cantonese, and I was slightly annoyed by the fact that they didn't play it a little bit more because it was getting very exciting. And then it ended. I was left feeling very empty.
Well, we did have some very big fireworks in the last hour. The short stack table was ridiculous. Players dropping left and right, all ins here. And, oh, Daisuke, ace-9 off, is going to open up to cut off. And Chu Chi Jen, he goes by Justin. Is going to be all in here with the ace-king. I don't think Daisuke is going to call this.
I don't want to put any money on it, but I've seen more unpredictable moves by Ogita before. He's a very unpredictable player.
Oh, it's a lot of his stack.
That is true.
A little over a quarter. Yeah, get rid of those cards. Nice fold by Mr. Ogita.
Well, he was dominating the APT Taipei final main event final table several weeks ago. You know, he had so many chips, and he was just table captaining so well that, you know, he was calling off all sorts of hands because he had the chips to do it. And all these 6-4 chances, 7-3 chances, you know, he'll hit those 30% like along the way, just knocking every single player out. He was quite a force to be reckoned with at that table.
He's a very exciting player to watch. Who are you most looking out for here, Stephen?
Or have to be Justin, who recently graduated to be the worst professional player I know.
How many professional players do you know, Stephen?
Oh, it's too many.
Too many.
That's my problem. Too many.
Poor Justin. Justin Chu.
It's a step up.
He did eliminate the super high roller champ Zhendong Li on his way to the final table.
It's quite true. Justin is a regular high roller player from Taipei, educated in Canada, as a matter of fact. I think that's why we struck up a good friendship, because my Mandarin is pretty poor and he could speak English to me.
Makes sense. And Justin here, ace-5 of clubs. He's going to run into Joseph's pocket eights, though. How's he going to want to proceed here on a 20 big blind effective stack all in? Most like the standard play. We have not seen Joseph shy away, and Pete Chen, the ace queen off in the big blind. A tough decision here.
May I
One
add?
away from the money.
Yes, stone bubble time. It's going to be a fold for Pete Chen.
Yes, simply because of the immense ICM pressure here. Yeah, he wants to account even though he knows it's more. He just wants to see if Joseph is putting himself at risk versus Justin, I believe, to see maybe that changes his range. Maybe he has a very good read. Pete, very accomplished player, second on the all-time money list in Taiwan.
Oh. Oh, is he? No, he's folding. Oh, no, he's not. He's not folding.
No way, Pete is going to call it off here. You know, Joseph probably feeling pretty good about pocket eights when he sees the ace-queen there. I think most of the time he will be up against a bigger pocket pair.
Yes, I wonder. Yeah, look at Pete. I wonder if Justin told Pete that he folded an ace.
Looking good for Joseph. The turn.
Another spade. Come on, another spade. It is another spade.
Never easy. Never easy. 13 outs for Mr. Pete Chen. Can he hang on? It is the king of spades, and he makes the flush. Wow. Pete Chen, look at him, is going to not burst the bubble, and Joseph down to a 22 big blind stack. Still a lot of playability, but wow. Wow, what a run out for Pete Chen here.
Well, it's a flip, right? And just because he hit a one-card flush didn't change the fact that it was a flip. Pre-flop when he got the money in.
Yes, Joseph has been playing extremely well, but running into it quite a bit here.
And Pete Chen's nickname is Turbo Pete because he's an absolute specialist at turbo events online.
I can see why.
So sometimes when we look at Hendon Mob and the live earnings and all-time money list, etc., you know, we forget the fact that a lot of these players actually make a living online. You know, Pete Chen would go through hundreds of tournaments a week. You know, he'll go through hand after hand. He will study. He will, review his hands over and over again. And this is something that, you know, live players just don't get to do.
Yes, and especially the amount of hands they get to play online, multi-tabling. Daisuke Ogita picking up the king-queen off here under the gun. It's a really rough spot to be in second place in chips with the first place to his left. And we're going to see that here. Terry Tang, 9-8 of hearts, can definitely be re-raising it up here, putting immense amounts of pressure on Daisuke. Let's see if he goes for it.
Flatting.
I don't really like this flat. What do you think, Steven?
Yeah. I'm sure he has his reasons, but I personally wouldn't take that line myself.
I think there's too many short stacks behind that can just jam over this. Terry Tang loves his stare downs. King high flop, very nice from Mr. Ogita here. I wonder how cautiously he's going to play this.
Well, he's crushing all the pairs, so it's unlikely that Terry has the pocket deuces and pocket sixes here. So he's not too worried about going up against his set. Top pair, good kicker. A small c-bet should be. Oh no, he checks it.
No, I do like the check. Terry has been aggressive, and he's going to pick up an open-ender here. Another diamond. Daisuke Ogita cannot be happy about that. I imagine if he checks again, Terry will stab.
So the reason why I thought a small bet on the flop for Ogita was, he could value a lot of the pairs, tens and jacks, etc., etc. But 80k, 2 big blinds, delayed C bet there.
Yeah, could definitely use some protection with his hand. One thing Daisuke has to be cognizant of is a small bet on the flop faced by a raise being out of position is going to be very tough. And he's going to face a delayed raise here from Terry, putting on the pressure up to 240k. And now Ogita not in a fun spot here. Second in chips up against a chip leader facing a very large raise.
And here we see why Ogita didn't c-bet that flop. Right? Because I think he probably would have faced the same action, getting raised at the stone bubble against a deep stack.
Yes, Ogita can't go anywhere here.
There's no raising here.
A river 8.
River's an 8.
That should slow things down.
Terry now has a little bit of showdown. Checking with his middle finger, Ogita. I'm sure it's not deliberate.
Yeah, Ogita.
Yeah, he
Nice.
did take his showdown value. Triple checking. You're not a magician, you could not change the cards. 9-8 suited. That hasn't changed. So there you go. A bit of fireworks already. We already see an elimination in the form of Danny Tang. And now the stack size is the shortest stack of Thomas Ward is still 16 big blinds. So it's going to be a little bit cagey until the money bubble bursts.
Yes, it's going to be a very
Joseph
big
Chung,
bubble.
Pete Chen. In fact, Pete, Joseph, Justin, and Thomas are all roughly around the same place.
Ooh, nice ace-king there for Justin.
Speaking of doubling, ace king off. Jamming would not be angering any poker gods.
No, on this bubble, you really don't want to have to raise call ace-king. So I think jamming is probably the preferred play given this enormous bubble. And the ICM calculations are probably quite a bit different when you have a 3x your buy-in open, or bubble.
Bubble, yes.
Yeah, a hand like ace-king is probably just happy to take it down pre-flop.
Don't really want to see the flop, do we?
No, no, unless it's a min-raise play some post-flop, but getting jammed on having to call off ace-king. Ugh, I don't like that.
So once again, the money stone bubble is in play right now. The 5th place finisher will get roughly 70,000 USD, 86,000 after that, and then we get to 6 figures when you reach top 3. Top price, 272,000 American dollars. The 160 could be rounding error or a tip to the dealer.
Yes, our dealers from Japan. In the green today, we have Ichiko.
Wow, you are getting in with the flow here, huh? Like,
Yes, yes, meeting a lot of new faces here, a lot of names to remember, but I'm slowly working on it.
Very good, very good.
Your name's Tom, right?
No, Joseph.
Ah, yes, that's it.
Ogita from the small blind, BVB, 7-5 off. Just happy to see the flop. And
Yeah.
Terry is at the same with queen high.
Not opting to raise here, and look at that. Both players catch a piece. Daisuke, middle pair, is a very strong hand in a limp pot, blind versus blind, seeing as Terry's range is literally 100% here. I suppose minus the best hands. And Terry gonna get trappy here with top pair.
I think the seating, the seatings is actually very interesting as well. The two big stacks being BVB, Ogita being the more aggressive one out of Terry, out of the two, being out of position against Terry, which is going to be creating a lot of drama.
Yes, it'll be very interesting to see if Daisuke overtakes the lead from Terry, how much aggression he's going to ramp up, especially versus his neighbor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, that could be the end of this hand.
Yes, Terry does like his big bets. I wonder if we're going to see another around 200k bet here from Mr. Terry Tang in the big blind.
Once again, Ogita checking. $200k will be quite a sexy bet on the river.
Yeah, the overbet 300. Terry does like his big bets. So far, it has always been with value. Yeah, I don't think Daisuke is going to call here. Could feel like he's being pushed around here, but the 7 is not a card you want to have. You know, you're blocking 7-3, 7-6, 7-8, all these draws that Terry could potentially play this way.
Hey, we see someone shouting out to you, "Let's go Buffalo," in the YouTube comments.
Yes, hello Doc, how are you? I recognize that name from a few comments.
Oh wow, he calls off.
Wow.
Wow, non-believer.
Terry Tang getting the maximum. And nearly 1.5x overbet on the river there. And Daisuke Ogita is going to pay it off.
Wow. So the shorties must be delighted.
Yes, all 4 of them. Very interesting final table dynamics here.
And you know, if we were to find the best short stack players in Asia, if you have to pick 4 best short stacks players in Asia, Pete Chen will be on that list for sure. 100%.
Oh yes, absolutely. All of these guys, massive, massive tournament crushers.
台湾的朋友，大家好，这是APT 的 Superstar Challenge 的 Final Table。今天我们有 Pete Chen 还有 Justin， 这是2位台湾的朋友，有机会赢的24.2万冠军的奖金。现在是跑时间，就是头5名。有奖金，所以大家都打得有一点紧。Praise me, praise me.
Daisuke pretty wide open here, the 5 deuce of spades. Terry looked like he wanted to get up to no good. Justin, the jack 9 off, pretty easy to defend here with the 20 big blinds. No, it's just gonna let it go. Mr. Ogita picking up some chips there with 5 high. Very good result.
Justin just doesn't want to risk another penny. You know, he wants to stay as snug as possible to get into that money, the ITM. Just, you know, it's almost like a step at a time. You know, you reach your first target, which is the ITM, and then you think about lathering up. So maybe that's why he folded the jack high from the big blind.
Yeah, makes sense. You know, he does want to preserve chips. There are 4 players with very similar stacks here. Doesn't want to get too low.
Oh, forgot to send the YouTube link to my wife. There it is.
Hey, you got a fan there.
Suited.
Ooh, Terry.
I have a fan.
Yes, in chat. Steven's broadcast is good and fun.
There you go. Thank you.
And Terry just going to apply maximum pressure here, just an all-in here. It's going to be so tough for either of these players to call, even with some very strong hands. What are you calling a 20 big blind shove there, Steven, with all this ICM
with
pressure?
That money bubble?
Yes.
Queens plus?
Queens plus. I think I might even go a little tighter. I think kings, I get the bucket, I'll throw up, and then I'll call. And I think that's it. I think
yeah.
Yeah. I think queens hit the muck.
Ooh, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
It's close. It's close. I'd have to put into a calculator because I really don't know these spots too well.
Yeah. But queens plus would be my instinct. Ace king, I'll just snap fold.
Yeah, ace king is basically 7 high at that point.
Yeah, I snap fold. Thank you, Mr. Lee. And so that's the Isabel Sports. Mr. Lee is the CEO. Thank you, Mr. Lee. And I hope you're enjoying Jeju. I saw some photos of you hanging out with David and Raymond last night.
Terry,
how much is the buy-in? Sorry, how much is the buy-in? 22,000 American dollars. 22,000.
Terry taking another spot to shove, really putting that big stack to work now. Love to see it. Just so much pressure he can exert on these 3 short stacks to his left. Terry showing us how it's done.
He's accumulating so that he can BVB versus Ogita.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Saving up for that.
This is going to be a very long bubble, I believe, unless we see a very big cooler.
Well, we haven't seen jacks versus aces or kings for a few days now, firsthand, so maybe something is going to happen.
Yes, yes, we have not seen pocket jacks on the first hand for a couple days now. I miss it.
Well, this is an interesting comment from Stephen Wong. What's up, Sam and Stephen? It's Stephen Wong from Hong Kong and Vancouver. Funny, I know you both, and watching you two doing commentary together.
Hello, Stephen. How are you? Wow. Blast from the past. And Stephen and I have played quite a few 2-5 sessions together.
Wow, there you go. Stephen Wong is saying he used to play poker with me in Lang Kwai Fong in Hong Kong. There you go. It is a small world. Poker is bringing people together, connecting people. Making friends and enemies along the way.
Yes, yes.
So Sam, are you familiar with any of the mixed games? You know, those triple draw or Badoogie or something like that?
Not at all. I'm very good at losing money in PLO while waiting for a no limit hold'em seat to open up.
Well, Terry is definitely picking up the cards. Pocket queens from under the gun.
Yeah, probably just wants to raise here. Dice case in the big blind. A fairly large raise, 125k, 2.5x. Look how fast those cards hit the muck. Oh, we saw a queen jack suited get out of there on the button. Oh, my heart. I can't take it. And it works out this time as he would have been completely dominated. Can you imagine folding queen jack suited? Jeez.
But it was like such a snap fold. You know, there wasn't even like any kind of thought going into it. Just, I'm not playing this.
Yes, insane. Dot rooting for more solver bait today. Maybe when the bubble bursts, we'll see that.
I don't think this table is that much of a solver baiting kind of lineup.
No, we have seen Joseph just really get after it. He knows his spots, he's not afraid, and he's just very willing to take them.
Not right now.
Oh, Thomas looking to add to his stack here. Pocket 8s on the button. This has just got to be a shove. He cannot raise fold it into the two big stacks to his left. Yeah. Yeah, maximize fold equity. Pick up a few chips here. Keep yourself alive for a little bit longer. Adds 3 big blinds to his stack. It's got to feel nice. 30% increase.
Massive.
Once again for the single and high roller. Price up 400, 800. 800 for the
So once again, the chip count. Terry Tang from China, 76 big blinds, the overwhelming chip lead. Closely followed by Okita from Japan. And then a bunch of around 20 big blinds shorties, with Thomas Ward being the shortest with 13 big blinds. Seven deuce, you don't want to see those. In fact, what you really don't want to see under the gun at this stage is ace queen suited.
Oh yeah, that one
You just
hurts.
don't want to see it.
I mean, ace queen suited, you can still just rip it in, but it doesn't feel good.
Sam, is either your acting is very good, or you really do feel that pain, huh? Like the other day, when you saw the pocket nines on the ace jack board.
Yeah. No, this is this is very painful to see these hands fold. But the pocket nines managed to take it down the ace jack flop, bluffing with the best hand, but still showing incredible heart. That was Lee Zhendong, wasn't it?
Correct. Yeah, that was the winner of the Super High Roller event.
Terry still in the lead, 3.8 million, just adding to his chips. Daisuke pretty far away from second place, but it's got to feel very good with 4 short stacks following up.
Oh, you know, imagine if your UTG picking up pocket tens. I think that is a proper throw-up hand.
You know, I think pocket tens, you just rip it in, pray for the best.
Yeah, well, you will have to, yeah.
Yeah. And here's pocket sixes under the gun. How does Justin proceed? Yeah. Yeah, the ICM is just so rough here. Yeah. You know, without the ICM implications, that's just a clear shove.
All right, Terry is going to continue his aggression with king high here.
I think Terry can shove nearly 100% here, can't he?
ATC, as they say. Any 2 cards. Terry Tang just picking up those 2.5 big blinds each orbit. Well, not each orbit, each hand almost.
Each hand, yes.
He's just really utilizing his gigantic chip lead. And for viewers who are not so familiar with tournament poker, this is exactly what he's supposed to do. Now that the money bubble, which means whoever gets eliminated sixth will go home completely empty-handed, means the 4 short stacks are trying their hardest to preserve their stacks, to kind of crawl into the money. And that means they will fold so many hands. Ogita is unfazed, decided to open from the hijack with ace-10 off.
Yes, Terry, if he does take down this tournament, will push himself to 1 million in live earnings, crossing that 7-figure threshold. He's currently sitting at 870K on his total live earnings.
Just a reminder for the viewers, the Guess the Winner competition will end in 5 minutes. So click on the link that's pinned at the top. Guess the winner. Only 6 to guess from. Thomas Ward, Ogita, Terry Tang, Justin Ju, Joseph Chung, and Pete Chen. Should be an easy guess. 1 out of 6. Easier to guess the winner than flopping a set. I can see you cringing.
No, I like it. It's funny.
Do you find yourself using poker kind of concepts in everyday life, like when you talk to friends?
No, not too much.
Using poker terms? No?
No.
I
guess when I go
often.
out with poker friends, you know, we do like flip for dinner and stuff.
That's so addictive.
It is.
And you end up always like having ever more expensive dinners as well.
No, not me actually. I'm quite frugal. In fact, there was one hand I played. I was down in Dallas, and I remember I missed my straight draw, and I just 4x'd the river all in for about 1100. And then I started like laughing to myself about a minute into the tank, and someone asked me what was happening, and I told them after that morning I declined to add avocado to my breakfast for $2.
No, what I meant was when you start flipping for dinners, and then whoever loses will want to have a more expensive dinner the next time, so that when he wins the next one, he'll get value out of it.
Ah,
You see what I'm saying?
gotcha. Yes. Yes.
That's why, like, when you have a group of friends who always flip for dinners, the meal gets more expensive as it goes along, until you kind of resets when everybody's paid once, and then it kind of resets back to your, you know, bowl of noodles with a bit of spam.
Yes. Wow, look at that flop for Joseph. Top 2 here in the cutoff versus Daisuke. Covers him. He's only sitting on 11,000 or 11 big blinds here. The blinds have gone up to 25K, 50K with a 50K big blind ante.
Well, sadly, Ogita has nothing to call with, so...
Yeah, but I don't think Joseph is going to want to trap here. It's just way too risky. Yeah, the value of earning more chips is so little compared to the chips that he's going to preserve if he does lose the hand.
Correct. That is ICM in a nutshell.
Those stacks really getting cut down by that jump up from 40K big blind to 50K Only a 25% increase, but the short stacks are really going to feel it as Terry can still ramp up even more pressure.
Okay, new dealer. This is the lady from Taichung.
Oh, cut off 15 big blinds and king queen. What are you doing here, Stephen?
Fold. Nope. That's why I'm in the booth and he is playing the final table of the Superstar Challenge.
A limp here, and Daisuke
He's
can put on so
limping
much
in.
pressure here with the ace deuce of clubs. Does have to worry about Terry behind and waking up with a hand. Looks like he's gonna fold. Nope, I'm mistaken. He's gonna make the call here.
Are we going to see a squeeze here from the big blind?
I would love to see it. No. No, just gonna check his option. Take it to the streets.
And he thinks the winner is Joseph Chong. Flop comes ace, jack, 9, 2 diamonds. Ogita's raised ahead with his top pair crap kicker.
Yep. Justin, though, still has the strongest range here. Can decide to try and rep some hands. He does have a little bit of backup here.
This is Pete Chen,
yes,
by the way.
sorry, Pete Chen.
Yeah.
Looks like a one big blind bet here, 50k. Definitely doesn't have to go too big here.
He doesn't have many chips to go big, right?
No, no, he does not.
Ogita is not folding.
Nope. I'm sure he's glad to see Terry's out of there. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Will Justin keep firing at this? About 2 SPR here.
Pete.
Pete. Sorry.
It's okay.
Text him, ask him to forgive me.
I will right now. Well, if he replies, I don't want to see Justin replying. If you know what I mean.
Yes. Wow, the 10 of clubs is going to give Pete the straight on the river here.
Not Justin.
Not Justin.
Even Justin does really want to hit a straight right now.
Yes. Is Daisuke going to go for some very thin value here?
I don't know because of
No,
that.
just to check.
You know, yeah. It's
a little bit thin with the kicker being so poor.
Wow, look at Pete Chen. Instead of jamming, just putting in a 2 big blind river bet.
I like it.
That is so good. That is so, so good. And reluctantly, I think Ogita will have to call.
Wow, a time bank. Really thinking it over. Every big blind super important to these guys.
So let's walk through the hand again. From the cutoff, Pete Chen decided to limp. And the small blind of Ogita and the big blind of Terry decided to just, see a cheap flop. Flop comes ace high to give Ogita the top pair. Pete decided to c-bet and got a call from Ogita. Check the turn. And the river sees a 2 big blind bet from Pete Chen.
Yes, and an
takes it down.
incredible fold by Daisuke Ogita. Only 2 big blinds to call with top pair and manages to find the fold against Pete's rivered straight. But that is going to put Pete in 3rd place. Got to feel very good about that nearly 1 million in chip stack.
Just to remind the viewers, these players started with 200,000 and 200,000 in chips. So hitting 1 million means they have 5x their chips, i.e. having killed 4 other players. But to win a tournament, you've got to kill them all. Every single one of them.
Every single one. Mr. Ogita here. King 8 of hearts on the button. It's going to open it up to 100k. It's a really rough spot having Terry to your left here covering you. You know, the ace deuce of clubs is definitely a hand that Terry could just opt to 3-bet, trying to get Daisuke to fold a very wide button range. And there it is.
Look at that.
Rough spot here for Daisuke.
Ogita was thinking, I have the button, surely I'm allowed to raise.
Yes, King 8 of hearts, tough to fold that one on the button. Really wants to chip up.
This is a very good table captain performance here from Terry Tang.
I like the sizing too, a little over 3x, 3.6. Yeah, chipping up again. Terry showing us how it's done and is going to reveal the deuce of clubs.
Oh dear. No love lost, I'm sure. 80 big blinds now. 4 million in chips.
Yes.
Terry Tang. I think the Guess the Winner competition has closed. Good luck to everyone who has made their guesses.
Ogita raising up the 8-7 of spades in the cutoff and is going to face another re-raise from Terry to his left after just seeing a deuce of clubs revealed on the last hand. Oh, you got to feel for Ogita here. 300k in position. You know, from my time playing these smaller stakes online tournaments, being in this position, it just feels like you're getting caged into a box. It's getting smaller and smaller every time you face one of these raises. Very, very uncomfortable position here for Mr. Ogita.
And I think it's not in Ogita's personality to be passive.
No.
You know, despite having the short stacks behind him, he will find the spots. And he will be relentless until it becomes a setup hand. Then he will like have a giant double up.
Yes.
That's the way he plays.
You know, Terry did show the ace jack of hearts there, and I think in Terry's shoes, I would have just kept it hidden. You know, make Daisuke feel like he's just getting run over by Terry. Oh, Thomas, pocket queens here, under the gun, 13 big blinds.
Go on, do a Danny Tang. Min click open.
No, that's too much. That's too much. Aces, maybe, but pocket queens. No, you don't want to see the big blind called King 4 off or something with 30% equity.
Okay, he's jamming. Jamming, obviously, the kind of more standard play here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there you go.
There it is.
Money
Ace
bubble
King
is about
suited.
to burst.
Thomas Ward at risk here. 46% to win. This is a huge flip for 70,000 USD. Have you ever had a flip for 70,000 USD, Steven? 1 second. Wow, what
Whoa.
a flop. 8-7 deuce, 2 diamonds.
Never easy.
Pete picking up the nut flush draw with the 2 overcards. The turn. The 7 of hearts. Thomas Ward looking good to double up. Just has to fade 12 outs.
Just 12 outs.
Just 12 outs, Steven. The river. The 6 of hearts, and Thomas Ward is going to double up, leaving Pete Chen crippled now at 5 big blinds, only 255K in his stack. Thomas Ward fading the world.
Whew. There it is.
And the money bubble is preserved. Terry, got to be very happy to see that.
Tom was saying when he saw the diamonds, there was no way he was going to hold.
Yes, but there he is, up now in 3rd place, 27 big blinds.
You've got a feel for Pete Chen here, being the favorite pre-flop with Ace King suited.
Yes, that is a rough one, looking down at that hand in a jam. And from one of the few players that you actually cover at the table as well. And Terry probably just going to stick it in here, the 8-7 of spades. Maximum pressure.
Yeah.
No, just a 2.5.
I think you would do the same thing, right? You accomplish the same thing.
Yeah. And it does leave him room to raise fold against one of the 20 big blind stacks as well to preserve that bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good point, Steven.
I think when you are racing as frequently as Terry, you got to do it relatively with a relatively small sizing so that you can just do it frequently.
Yes, makes sense.
Right. I think the end is upon Pete Chen soonish with 4 big blinds now.
Thomas, 10-9 off in the small blind. Can definitely limp here. He does elect to call. Daisuke, Ogita, King 8. Seems a little bit too middling to go for the raise. I think a cheap flop sounds pretty good for Mr. Ogita. And indeed, he does go with a check. This player is going to take a flop. 7-4 deuce. Misses both of them. Thomas Ward does have the betting lead, though.
Difficult to bet on this flop, though, I'm afraid, in the small blind. Still goes for it.
Does go for it.
I think the point is a deuce in the 4 is hard to be hitting the big blind. So
Yeah,
it's very unlikely that Ogita is in a pair.
You think those hands will most likely want to raise the limp? Like, say, King 4 off?
Yeah, I think so.
Or Jack
Yeah.
Deuce off? Yeah.
Mm.
Wow, Ogita putting on the pressure. Look at that. He knew it was not a great board for the small blind. Raises it up with the King 8 off and denies Thomas Ward's equity here.
Well played.
Very well played from Mr. Ogita.
As I said earlier, I was very, very impressed by Ogita's showing at the APT Taipei main event several weeks ago. He was he was just picking his spots perfectly, as if you could see his opponent's cards. Very, very, very aware of the stack's distribution, knowing when to jam and when to pick his spots. It was an excellent performance, a very, very worthy winner of the APT Taipei main event.
Yes, definitely looking to add some more trophies to his cabinet here. A limp with a king 9 off. Terry Tang 10-7 off in the big blind. They're going to take a flop. A lot of post-flop play between these two, blind versus blind. Jack 6-4, not much going on for either player here. Daisuke still ahead with the king 9 off. We've seen him play quite defensively. But this isn't really a hand you can check call. But who knows with Mr. Ogita. Yeah, Terry putting that big stack to work. 60k bet, just over a third pot.
It's a one big blind pot bet, right?
Just over.
Basically, one BB. Yeah.
Yes.
You know, if Terry could bet smaller, I think he would bet 25k.
Even half big blind is a lot of pressure.
Indeed.
Did Ogita go for the raise? The check raise, the king 9 off. Correctly knowing that Terry is going to be extremely aggressive. How much street poker does Terry Tang want to play here?
Clicking back will be incredible.
No, that's it. Daisuke Ogita really coming into it here.
Well, he's not sitting there waiting for his, waiting for the bubble to burst. He wants to accumulate chips, just like Terry Tang is. He doesn't. He's aiming for the trophy. He's not trying to min cash.
No, and he doesn't have too much ICM pressure if he doesn't risk his entire stack here. He still has 42 big blinds left. A lot of post-flop play at this stack depth. He's gonna
opens with Queen Jack suited. Yeah.
Oh no. Is it too big to jam here with 40 big blinds, Steven?
Definitely too big to jam. But at the same time, that could be the only move he has.
I was going to say a call seems pretty good too. 3-bet fold sounds horrendous. So I think it was between jam and call there. Wow, what a flop. Jack 9-3, 2 diamonds. Daisuke top pair, and Terry Tang has flopped himself middle set.
To the delight of the rest of the table. This setup.
No, come on. The Jack of Hearts on the turn. Filling up Terry Tang and Daisuke. Top trips here.
Wow.
Oh, this is going to get very expensive from the two big stacks. And we have seen Terry go very large in spots with value. Will he manage to extract the maximum from Daisuke here? A check here. Daisuke's got to go for value, and he's going to get the bad news when Terry check raises him. Chat, everyone is saying sick. Good game.
2 big blinds on the turn here.
Yes, nice 1/3 bet, Mr. Ogita. Terry Tang got a raise up for value here. He's been extremely aggressive, been showing down a ton of garbage.
Wow, he's not just flatting, is he?
He did.
Ooh, setting a trap.
7 of clubs.
I thought it was going to be a queen in the river.
No. Only 10-8 really gets there.
It would be super weird if Terry were to lead out the river here.
Yeah, that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. But Daisuke is
now he's leaving he's leaving open all the busted flush draw on the river now.
Yeah, so
for Terry Tang.
Does Daisuke Ogita want to go? Oh, is that an overbet? No.
Quite a lot. Well, it's going to be 400k or something like that.
Must be.
I can't quite see. 375, okay.
Very close. And Terry Tang, I imagine he's going to go well over $1 million here. He really, really likes his large sizes, puts a lot of pressure on his opponents.
Well, the Natural 8 moderator is having a good time, leaving all sorts of messages in the chat, things that I'm not allowed to say. Thank you. I'm not the operator. It's just a big disclaimer here.
Oh, interesting to see what size Terry's going to go with. And Daisuke, I don't think he's going to be able to get away. Maybe an all-in, he could consider it. But against a very large raise, looks like... Is that going to be $1 million?
A lot. It's going to be a lot.
$1 million would be smaller than I'd expect, but...
Ogita has 1.6 behind.
Looks like just $1 million. I think this is going to be a pretty quick call from Mr. Ogita here. $875K, a lot smaller than I thought Terry would go, but yeah, Daisuke is just going to have to call this off, I believe, with trips here.
No racing, for sure.
No, no, you can't raise here.
But when you're holding trips and getting check raise in the river, what do you beat? But purely
lower
from
trips.
like a line point of view.
You could have lower trips.
Lower trips, good point, yeah. Jack 10 maybe?
Yeah.
But you lose to Jack 9.
You do. You do. But I think Terry is going to have quite a few bluffs here as well. That's what Daisuke is thinking. And he blocks the most obvious value, you know, holding a jack himself.
Is there straight there at all? 10?
No,
10,
Terry's not calling 10-8 suited in the small blind.
Good point.
And he does make the call, and he's going to get the bad news. Unfortunately, Terry Tang is going to chip up over 108 big blinds now, and now Daisuke is neck and neck with the rest of the short stacks besides Pete Chen, and is going to be put in some very gross spots as if he weren't already.
Terry Tang covering the table now.
I think Terry Tang has more chips than the rest of them combined now at this final
Yeah,
table.
it's covering the table, yeah.
108, yes. Yes, indeed. Wow. Terry Tang in very good position to take first place, 272,000 USD up top.
King 3 suited UTG with 4 big blinds with the imminent big blind ante and the big blind. Pete Chen might consider jamming this.
Yeah, he does go for it. Good luck to our friend from Taiwan here, Mr. Pete.
Oh, go on, Joseph Chung. Very bad. A pair will not fold.
No. No, and Joseph does benefit from bursting that money bubble, of course, but it's going to put him at only 8 big blinds if he loses this. He is ahead here at the pocket threes. Flop, ace 4 deuce, some chop outs here, any 5.
台湾的朋友为 Pete Chen 打气，加油啊 ！Pete Chen King。没有咯。
And that's it. Pete Chen eliminated
sorry,
6th place. That is very unfortunate, but the money bubble has burst. All 5 players remaining now guaranteed 70,000 American dollars. Wow, what a bubble that has been.
that ace king versus queen's hand really was unfortunate for Pete.
Yeah.
Nothing, there was no wrongdoing whatsoever from either side. Now that the chip leader is totally covering the table. And also, it's going to be easier for Sam because now he can only just call everyone Taiwanese Justin now.
Yes, yes. I will not be messing up Pete's name anymore.
Right, now the shackles of ICM has been removed. We should be seeing a lot of more interesting play. Pocket threes from Terry Tang. 3 betting. Okita is not going anywhere with his under the gun open. Ace 6 suited. Little did he know that is a flip. Flop comes an ace. Should be very happy. Terry Tang picks up the gut shot 5. Of course, his pocket pairs of 3s will hit a set with 3 hits, so a total of 6 outs. Puts in a bet. Gita is thinking, I have top pair. But is my kicker good enough? Is my ace good enough? And it turns out to be yes. Jams. I'm not sure whether he's turning the top pair into bluff, to be honest. And now Terry is working out the maths. So he knows pretty much for certain that he has 2 cleanouts in 2 3s. And then very likely to be robust with the 4 5s. So 6 outs. That's good for about 30%. And what odds is he getting laid? Not good enough. And folds it. Ogita is not giving up. He is here to compete. 欢迎台湾的朋友啊！现在就是只剩下5个人，其中一个就是我们在台北来的 Justin Chu， 他是追短码的，不过他已经 ITM 了。可能就是等一个 double up 的机会。如果你们喜欢这个直播的话，请给我们一个 like， 还有可以subscribe 我们的频道，因为我们在将来的五聊天还有很多的直播，就是在 APT 在直州的直播。谢谢大家。There you go. That's my very limited Mandarin. Pocket 4s opens from the under the gun position. Our chip leader, Terry Tang. Justin Foes, Jack 10 suited. Yes, I'm from Hong Kong, of course. That's why my Mandarin is so bloody awful. Would you not say so, Sam? My Mandarin is bloody awful.
Better than mine. And I can't tell.
Which means your Mandarin is bloody awful too.
I can't even speak Mandarin.
No.
No.
But did you grow up in Vancouver?
Yes.
So, maybe, inevitably, that you learn a phrase or two?
No, I never learned any. I learned French in high school.
Oh, bonjour.
Ah, ça va?
Je m'appelle Stéphane.
There it is. That's your
That's
name in
my,
French.
Indeed. And I think I can order. I can find where the bus stop is. I can ask where the bus stop or the library is. That's
all
it.
you need.
When's the last time you asked for directions to the library?
Very true. And look, another blind versus blind spot. Daisuke really wanted to go after that first place finish. Love to see it. Both players catching a little piece here. Daisuke in head with his pair of 8s. Terry Tang, bottom pair. Some back doors might want to start applying pressure, but no, just checks it back. Big blank on the turn. Mr. Ogita, both options on the table here.
These two, Ogita and Tang, are going to have a lot of good story to tell. They're just battling it out from hand number 1.
Oh, they're going to make quite a few highlight reel clips together.
Hey, not everyone is like you, man. They focus on playing poker, not making content.
Of course.
By the way, I have to say your clip yesterday with Greg was excellent.
Oh, I had a lot of fun doing that. That's for the APT Taipei event coming up. Another huge APT event. And Daisuke going to take it down here. Terry with the bet on the turn. Checks it back on the river, takes his showdown value.
Of course. Well played, Ogita.
I think well played by both players there. Wow, that is a commanding chip lead there. ICM still a thing. The pay jump is still 16,000 USD, nearly an entire buy-in.
So where does the desire to act come from, Sam? Did you try to be an actor when you were younger, or even now, or what's the deal?
There actually is none. Greg just messaged me in the morning and asked if I'd like to feature in a little Korean drama skit. So that was it.
That's as good an answer as any.
Yes, and Mr. Ogita, pocket 7s here. 15 big blinds is the effective stack against Thomas Ward. Pretty tough spot for Mr. Ogita, sitting there with a big stack to his left, knowing that if he does move all in and Terry wakes up with a hand, it's going to be disastrous. But Mr. Ogita, not shying away, is going to raise it up here.
Isolating from the cutoff. Justin is not interested.
And it gets it through. Up to 33 big blinds
Lovely.
now. Yeah, Terry Tang and Daisuke Ogita throwing the party here, involved in nearly every hand we've seen. Other 3 players quite card dead for the most part, and also under immense amounts of ICM pressure. Queen 9 off. Does he want to get involved in the cutoff? Out of position to the big stack.
That to me will be a little bit too loose, to be honest.
I think so, yes. Seems like Mr. Ogita agrees.
I mean, he is a brave and courageous player, but he's not reckless.
No, not at all. He definitely picks his spots. And there is Justin is going to take his spot there with the ace-7 of diamonds. All in, 245,000, his tournament life at risk.
Might get called off, actually.
He has to. 85K to call there for Terry.
Yeah.
And 73% favorite. Doesn't know he's that far ahead, but...
Go on, Justin. 加油,加油. 吃. Okay, well, that eliminates all the fives.
Just has
Jack?
to dodge a king
Oh,
or a
yeah.
10 on the river to double up here.
芝士丁,加油啊. Hold. There you go.
There it is, ace of hearts. Justin, alive, now sitting with 10 big blinds, has some chips to work with.
That's why he's the best fish I know. Right place at the right time.
The best fish,
Only joking,
the
by the
worst
way. Like,
poker pro.
audience, this is purely my personal opinion as a friend of Justin. I do not think in any shape or form any of the players featured at the TV table fishy. I do not. And I repeat, I do not. 加油啊, Justin! 这个 Super Star Challenge 是你的，把这个奖杯带回台湾。I just said, Justin, go for it. Take that trophy home back to Taiwan.
Nice. The exclusive Black Lion Trophy, only the second one ever awarded. That is a prestigious trophy.
It is indeed. The previous winner is no other than our friend Elkie, the superstar. With his newfound wealth of 10 big blinds, Justin is looking around going, what do I do with Queen Deuce suited? Good, folding is correct.
Yes, gets out of there.
So this is interesting. BVB, 2 short stacks in Joseph Chung and Thomas Ward. Thomas Ward slightly covers Joseph Chung.
Yeah, does just
jams
up
it
there with the ace-9. Joseph,
Yep.
unfortunately, giving up half a big blind there. There it is, Black Lion
So-
Trophy up for grabs, as well as the biggest prize pool in Korean history. Over 1 billion Korean won up for grabs. Terry picking up the king queen off here. Blinds have gone up 30K, 60K with a 60K big blind ante. Justin picking up another spot here with the ace queen off in the cutoff. Knows Terry's going to be opening quite wide. And does take it
There you go.
all in from Justin. Joseph, pocket fives. Perhaps a reshove spot himself if Justin wasn't in there. Terry, very quick call with the king queen off, is dominated. And Justin looking like he could get up to over 20 big blinds this hand if he can manage to find the 72% hold again. An ace in the
That's an
window.
ace.
Terry does have himself a gut shot though to the 10.
Welcome to the totally unbiased commentary from the Asian Poker Tour. Go on, Justin.
And the river.
Before tens.
Another jack.
jack.
Yeah, Justin, 22 big blinds now. That is a swing from our short stack sitting on less than 5 up to 20 in just a few hands.
There you go, Justin. 22 big blinds. And let's have a look at the chip distribution. 67 big blinds for the chip leader, just over 4 million in chips. And now we have Ogita and Justin, just slightly behind, 33 and 22 big blinds respectively. The short stacks are still Joseph Chung and Thomas Ward.
Justin, another playable hand here. 10-9 suited, lets it go under the gun.
Not playable at all, man.
No?
No. Sorry, no.
That hurts. And
Sorry.
another blind versus blind spot between Ogita and Terry Tang. Pocket eights here. Probably elect to raise it up with a hand this strong. Interesting to see what sizing he goes for. We haven't seen him raise the big blind. That looks big.
Yeah.
185K. Oh, about 3 big blinds.
I don't think Ogita would want to see the flop here.
No.
Yep. Once again, we have the chip leader, Terry Tang from China. 4.1 million in chips. That's good for 68 big blinds. And then we have Ogita with 30 big blinds. Very playable. And then Justin is lurking just behind the two chip leaders, waiting for his spot with 22. Now he's feeling a bit safer. He's kind of pulled himself away a little bit from the short stacks. Oh, and got a walk. Nice.
Very nice. Stephen Wong in chat. Sam, I think you should definitely go for casting for Korean drama. Maybe. Maybe.
Well, you are in Korea after all, Sam.
I am. Maybe I'll hop on a soap opera down here in my spare time.
It'd be so funny if I see you appearing in a Korean soap.
Yeah, that would be a story to remember.
See, that's what the APD can do to you, just inviting you to Jeju to do the commentary and enabled you to become a Korean soap star.
Well, thank you very much, Stephen. Appreciate that. I did get told that I have a villainous face.
Well, I did send you a message saying, you should have gone more full-on Bond villain.
Yes. Le Chouf, I cannot act that well.
But it's in you, that evilness. I'm
That
sure
evilness.
it's somewhere. There's somewhere there.
Oh, and we do have a flop here. Tang has himself the gut shot. Joseph, middle pair and open ender. Both have a heart. And the 6 of hearts. Speak of. This also improves Terry to 2 gut shots. Any 7, any jack will give him the straight. Joseph, nice check here. Sitting on about 2 SPR here on the turn. Terry using his blockers here. Putting in a bluff bet, 150K. This will make for a pot of just over 700, around 770K. So Joseph in a really rough spot here, but isn't going to go anywhere just yet. Makes the call. Oh, and a king on the river. Joseph improving to the straight, and Terry making top pair. Be interesting to see if Joseph leads here. No, she's going to check it. Terry going to take a showdown value.
Wow. He's like, oh, I have. Oh, no, I don't.
No. big pot sliding over Joseph's way here. 18 big blinds going to pull him out of last place. Thomas Ward sitting on 16 big blinds. Still a lot of playability for all of these folks here.
Absolutely. I think that's one benchmark I often use, which is when I'm the shortest stack, I will start caring less about ICM if the person above me has double my stack.
Okay. Okay, I like
Right.
that. Makes
So
sense.
if I have 8 big blinds and then there's the one above me has 17, 18, then I'll be like, okay, let's go. Let's try to take some spots and get a double up.
Yes.
Otherwise, I will just slave my way into laddering.
Mr. Ogita here, King 10 suited, is going to face probably some more aggression from Terry, the King Jack offsuit to his direct left of the big stack. First, a sip of tea, perhaps? Oh no, just gonna let it go.
Wow. I wonder what went into the thought process there, actually.
Yeah, seems like a pretty straightforward re-raise there. Put some more pressure. Maybe he just needs a break from all the aggression.
Well, straightforward defend from Thomas Ward from the big blind. Flop comes 6-5 deuce. Really is a nothing flop.
I don't see Ogita wanting to bet this too often. He is going to use this. 2 overs, backdoor flush draw, put some pressure on the big blind. And a raise from Thomas with his gut shot. Noting indeed that this board is going to be much better for the big blind than it is for a hijack open.
But is it really, though?
Well, I mean, Ogita does have all the overpairs. Thomas Ward is really only going to have a 6 here. He can't really have pocket 7s, as that's most likely going to want to go all in. But Ogita's going to have a lot of air as well, and for Thomas on that stack, I think any pair is just going to want to go with it here.
Well, got through. There you go.
Yeah, pulling
All
himself
to play
out of
for.
last place.
Apart from the chip leader, the rest of the field is so tightly packed together. Just one setup hand. Just one setup hand. That's what they're waiting for.
Yes, they want that ladder 86K from 70K.
So did you have some avocado this morning at the buffet?
No, I did not. Still
Oh,
too
come
cheap.
on, it's free avocado.
No. We don't get free avocado.
Oh, no. I will write an email to the management.
Yes, please do. Both players getting a little piece here. Mr. Ogita, Queen of Diamonds, gives himself the flush draw, does have the gut shot as well, and an overcard, and Joseph with bottom pair here. Just going to go check. 7 of hearts on the turn.
Still 13 outs. Not sure if Ogita were to bet, whether Joseph Chung could actually withstand that.
No, on a board this connected, even some of, wow, and he is going to make the call. Impressive. is a very small sizing. Doesn't be right too often. And the 9 of hearts.
Oh, hits a 9.
Yeah, it's going to put Ogita in the lead here. Is he going to want to take his showdown value, though? Doesn't look like it. Looks like he's thinking about using the Queen of Diamonds as a bluff. No, he is going to check it and is going to take it down.
Yep. Can't be too happy with that, Joseph Chung.
At least he knows he did make the correct call on the turn.
Is that what you're going to say to him when you see him?
Perhaps.
You know how to comfort people. Well done, Sam. You should become a therapist.
Oh, no. No, no, no.
At least you made the right call on the turn. But sorry about losing.
Yeah, if it's any consolation.
9-7 off from the button. Yep, very standard fold with the current ICM situation. Your ranges completely change when you take ICM into consideration.
Yes, yes. Especially the calling range gets incredibly tight. And we're seeing a raise here. We haven't seen that from Daisuke Ogita in the small blind, but Queen 9 suited. Very nice hand to look down at. And Terry, 10-9 off, facing a very small raise here, 2.2x. 2.1x. He's going to take a flop.
Okay, we will see the flop. This could be quite exciting. These two locking horns. King 7-5 2 hearts. Both players are completely missed. Terry Tang is down to 2 outs, 2 tens. Of course, he doesn't know that. Ogita decides to c-bet here. He has more kings than Terry Tang in this spot. 9-10 is quite difficult to continue here.
Yes. Terry Tang, though, still sitting nice. Almost a 2-1 chip lead over Daisuke Ogita. Justin, not far behind Mr. Ogita from Japan.
As we are very soon going for a break, these last 5 players will take a short break to reconsider their strategies and what to do with the newfound prize money. Thomas Ward decided to not show his cards to us, which is perfectly fine. Pocket 5s from Ogita.
Gonna make the call.
Will just call.
Terry Tang, bit of a decision here with the ace-7 of diamonds. What are you doing in this spot, Stephen?
I will squeeze for sure. I
that
will
in mind.
definitely squeeze.
Keep that in mind when we play your home game.
I'll definitely squeeze here.
Whoa.
He doesn't. Maybe Thomas Ward really has a very good image.
Perhaps, yeah. You know, Terry might think he's playing quite tight, but really, Thomas just hasn't been picking up too much besides the pocket queens this final table.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's have a look at the flop. 9-6-6. It's pretty much a range bet here for Thomas Ward. Puts in 100k. And pocket fives. Must be okay actually with this flop.
Yep. Yeah, is going to continue here in position.
Let's have a look at the turn. King of Hearts does not help Ogita one bit. It makes Thomas Ward even stronger now. But he checks. Probably holding pocket kings.
Perhaps he could have a pair underneath the kings.
Yep.
But also he has to be wary
Checks
about the
back.
hearts. And another 9 on the river.
That means Ogita is playing the board. So Thomas Ward can bet 60k. We get a fold. Decides to bet 225k. That's a 3.5 big blinds. Almost 4. I don't know what he's thinking.
Maybe he wants to get out of line here. I don't think he has enough full houses here, though, to do it.
Yeah.
You know, what hands just contain a 9 or even a 6 that are going to call an open?
Thomas Ward chipping up. As you can see, Justin is just quietly waiting for premium hands to play. Trying to strike up a conversation with another Mandarin speaker in Terry Fan. Terry Fan is another Taiwanese player. This is Terry Tang.
There's a mountain of chips in front of him.
He just needs to, like, kind of, how do I put it? Figure a way of just loosening up the table so that they will clash with each other. Otherwise, it's going to be a long final table.
Yes, I think so. They are playing for the biggest prize pool in Korean history.
Wow, snap fold from Ogita. Queen 8 off. Justin is not going to get involved either. 8-5 off. I don't think. Nope, he is going to just limp in. Joseph Chung with king high. Happy to see the flop. Flop comes 10-4 deuce. 2 clubs. Neither player has a club. Goes check. Turns a king. That will shut down all the action. On to the next hand. Oh wow, Justin's getting frisky. Decides to wrap that king. Or the 10. Joseph Chung is not going anywhere. Happy to make that easy call with the 2 pair. River's a 5. Ooh. Actually, Justin might take the showdown here. checks it. Probably a smallish bet. 150k, maybe 120k. Nope. He's going big. I think that's 275 maybe? Yes, it is 275. What can Justin beat? With a third pair?
Yeah, looks like he's thinking about calling though. Maybe just counting his stack.
Is it worth it? Just over 4 big blinds to win 14 big blinds. We're working out some MDF in his head. Minimum defense frequency.
Yeah, Joseph's been very patient at this final table, picking his spots well.
Justin too, actually.
Yes, yes.
Gives it up. Good fold. With that, we have a neck with the bottom two. Justin with 18 big blinds and Joseph Chung with 16. And then slightly ahead will be Ogita and Thomas Ward. Sitting up top, Terry Tang with his big chip lead. Still dominating the table. I think shortly we'll be going into the break, the first break of the day. I'm sure everyone is desperate for a bit of caffeine or nicotine fix. Why did I say or? It should be caffeine and nicotine fix.
Caffeine and nicotine. The poker player combo.
Indeed. Other substances are also, well, maybe not permitted, but available for sure. Jack 3 suited from the small blind. Decides to see the flop with Queen 3 off, Thomas Ward. Flop comes Queen 9-5. Completely smashes that. Thomas Ward decides to check. Turns a 3 of spade. Gives him 2 pair, but 3 flush cards on board. Might have to bet just to value a naked spade. Puts in a smallish bet of 80k. And then I don't think that's much. Oh wow, there you go. Snap calling with bottom pair. Rivers a 6. Completes the flush.
Looks like he's thinking about a lead here. Turning his bottom pair, which is probably the bottom of his range, into a bluff. And is Thomas Ward going to be able to figure this one out with 2 pair? No, get
Sorry,
out of there.
Do you know why I sigh? Okay.
The look on
Sorry,
Thomas's
I thought you
face?
noticed my sigh. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So sick. That is so sick.
Yeah, what a play by Joseph Cheong.
Wow, I don't think I'm capable of that. I don't think. But that was a very good donk bet on the river. $10-7 off from Terry Tang. Justin, Jack 5 off. Is spotting the CTP Club patch representing Taipei.
Joseph, ace deuce off on the button. Did seem openly ace 3 off before. I'm sure he knows his opening ranges at these stack depths.
Looks like it's going to be the last hand before the break, right? That's why Justin walked off.
Yes. Okita defends the baby suited connector.
And why not?
Does flop the best of it with a 4. King, king, 4 board. Joseph following up with looks like a 1 big blind bet here. Just over. Wow, Okita going for the raise here, 200,000. Little bit of a protection raise here. Joseph, very nice fold there.
Well, there it is. Hand 49 will bring us to the first break of the day. Let's just have a quick recap. Terry Tang still chip leading, 59 big blinds. Okita 34 big blinds. Thomas Ward 21, etc., etc. Top price still hasn't changed. Is still going to pay 272,000 American dollars. The next payout will be just about 70,000 US dollars. It's been very exciting, Sam. What do you think?
It has been very exciting. The players are now going to take a 15-minute break, go for, like you said, a nicotine and caffeine break, and they'll be ready to come back and battle it out. There is still so much poker left to have. Quite a few stacks. Mr. Okita battling it out with Terry Tang in nearly every hand. Joseph Cheong getting after it too. And it is still anyone's game, Stephen.
I totally agree, and I particularly like the way Joseph Cheong plays. He's really picking his spots despite having a short stack. So I think one to look out for is Joseph Cheong.
Yes, he's been very patient, but the hands he does play, he's been playing them extremely well, Stephen. With that, we're going to
especially that second to last. Sorry, especially the second to last hand. That
yes,
was
that
very
donk
well
lead is very nice. And with that, we're going to cut to the break. We'll be back in just 15 minutes.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating.
Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
We're in Asia though. 8s are good in Asia.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to APT Jeju. We are here with the Superstar Challenge, down to 4 players remaining. Sorry, 5 players remaining. Each player has locked up 70,000 USD. They're still fighting for that Black Lion trophy and 272,000 up top. I'm joined today by Vidar Singhal. How you doing, Vidar?
I'm doing very well. Of course, I have been watching all the action because this is the big one, the Superstar Challenge. I could not keep my eyes away, and what a good decision that was. Crazy things happening on the table. Getting down to that money bubble, eliminating Danny Tang, of course, always sad to see him go. And then finally, Pete Chen from Taiwan had to be the stone bubble boy. 70,000 USD was the bubble. But after that bubble has been burst, I do suspect the players have their eye on the prize. 272,000 you mentioned. That means $200,000 yet to play for a $22,000 buy-in. These are just massive stakes all around, and these are the best of the best. So I am super excited to get this action going. And I do think, by the way, we will be seeing some crazy action because the pay ladders are getting serious, and these guys have seen it all. 1.4 million, for instance, is sort of the minimum in terms of all-time earnings. We do have Terry Tang, who's looking to cross that 1 million mark, but he's super experienced, shipping some high rollers exactly like this event recently. All the experience you can ask for is on this table. Of course, Joseph Chong, he's there with 18 million in lifetime earnings, one of the global superstars of poker, still in it to win it. See the payouts there, the pay jumps I was talking about, 70,000 minimum guarantee. That's in USD, of course. That's almost 100 million in local Korean won, going all the way up to 272,000 US. That's over 374 million in local Korean won. The prize pool, an incredible 1 billion Korean won, thanks to the 36 entries in this second time held APT Superstar Challenge, with almost 22,000 USD as the entry. Average big blinds 30, thanks to the beautiful structure, and of course we mentioned 5 players remaining.
Yes, and we are really seeing Daisuke Ogita from Japan really willing to battle it out. Him and Terry Tang have been very active, a lot of blind versus blind situations. Joseph Cheong getting after it, not getting too many hands, but when he does, he is going for it. Thomas Ward is still struggling, bottom of the pack now with chips, but still putting on a very good game. Players have returned from break, getting ready to get back into the action here.
For a while there, Sam, it seemed like it was going to be the Terry Tang show. Would you say that is still the case, or maybe things are evening out a bit?
I'd say he's still got the most action between all the players, but is definitely not the Terry Tang show anymore like we saw in the bubble, as he was just abusing everyone at the table.
Well, you saw the chip counts there. 44 bigs for Terry, 25 bigs for second in chips. So a huge differential. Terry did have the entire table covered with his stack at one point. No longer the case, but one hand here and there can certainly make that the situation once again.
Yeah, king on the flop for Mr. Ogita. Gonna put him into the lead with second pair. Tang does have himself a gut shot here. And position. Check, check from both the players. 6 of diamonds on the turn, doesn't change much.
I did mention, Sam, how Terry has been playing at these stakes now, despite having the least in live lifetime earnings at least. Did recently come 5th in a similar stake super high roller in a WPT event. That was good for 72,000, which is about the amount he's locked up already. Certainly wants to get that curse off his back, make sure he's not 5th again, and obviously with his chip lead, should be eyeing first place. Daisuke from Japan goes also by Joe Ogita. Of course, has been a superstar at this festival, and of course, winner of the APT Taipei main event in March 2024 itself. That was his biggest score ever, over 400k US. 272 up top, would still be tied for second place for his biggest scores. Would take him beyond the 2 million mark, by the way, in lifetime earnings.
Not too shabby, Vidir.
Again, talking about experience playing these kinds of high rollers. Daisuke just took second place. That was indeed his second biggest score I just mentioned, for about 300,000 US at a 25,000 euro EPT. I mean, talk about the experience at this table. Nobody is the spot anymore, needless to say, with 5 players remaining. Cannot imagine sitting at this table battling it out for these stakes.
Terry gonna bump it up here in the small blind with the Queen 10 offsuit, raising into Justin Chu's big blind. King Jack off here, 12 big blinds. And it's going to move all in here. Terry not willing to fold just yet. He's giving it some thought here. Already committed 200,000 in chips.
Yeah, he lets it go. It would obviously be way too loose to call this off. He has the chip lead. It's valuable in terms of when he can make small pickups. The 2.5 bigs in the middle, always there for him to pick up with some aggression, as opposed to risking a chunk of his stack with a hand he knows will be behind. Odd odds or not. I do wonder, Sam, with the relatively short break, how many players went and looked at the stream. There have been some key hands that did not go to showdown. I know that's what I would be looking to do, but at the same time, these guys are so experienced. Maybe they just value the mental break. Maybe they don't want to think about it. Which way do you think you would lean?
At this level, I think I would just value the break. But if I was definitely trying to make a run of it, and this was one of my bigger tournaments, looking to put in a huge score, I would want to do as much as possible to try and get edge over any of my opponents here. Oh, and Daisuke Ogita picking up pocket queens here in the cutoff on a 27 big blind stack. Raising it up here. 200K, opting for a 2.5x sizing here.
Wow. Ace 10 off with 10 bigs in the big blind. The sizing might be throwing Joseph off, but he knows he has to 3-bet jam here. Yeah, he still goes for it and is going to get the bad news of having only 31% equity. Daisuke seems to be evaluating. Not sure if there's any need to do that. Makes the call. We could be down to 4-handed here. Joseph has had an incredible run. Sam, we were talking about how he played flawlessly yesterday, living up to his screen name Sublime. Certainly no exception about how he's played today, but this flop determines his fate, and an ace right there on the flop. 87% equity now in the hand. Backdoors and 2 queens for Daisuke, taking it well. 8 takes away all the backdoors, so the 2 black queens is what's needed. Otherwise, Joseph Chong is right back in this Superstar Challenge. 9 seals the deal. Not much any player could have done there. The queen's always opening, the ace 10 off short stacked, always jamming. Poker gods sort of determined that one. Ogita needs to just take a breath, move on to the next one. Seemingly doing exactly that. Very, very calm, still has 16 bigs. It is soul crushing though to be on the receiving end of these coolers.
Yes, definitely. Daisuke has not been afraid to mix it up and get in there. We did see him get coolered against Terry Tang's flopped set when he turned the top trips and faced a very large river bet.
Once again, took that well as well. You're of course referring to the Queen Jack versus Pocket Nine's hand. These players have also given plenty of bad beats. In fact, thinking in particular of Daisuke, he was all in King Jack versus Pocket Jacks. I remember he binked the 10 on the turn to make the nuts straight. Poker is a roller coaster, especially the MTT version we're playing here. These guys have seen it all, done it all. They don't let variance get to them. Daisuke seems focused, ready to move on to the next hand. Suited, ace 4 now. Under the gun, 16 bigs. 5-handed, this is a strong hand, and 5-handed under the gun, of course. Same as the hijack. 16 bigs can be opened. How much does he want to cover to ICM pressure? There's that added game flow element of perhaps Daisuke realizing that the players on the table might think he's being loose after losing a big hand. But 5-handed, you have to go with a hand as strong as ace 4 suited. Thomas will defend 8-7 off. Japan versus New Zealand in this hand. Ace right in the window. That's a pleasant feeling. 3 hearts could give him pause, but with 14 bigs, 2.5 SPR, Daisuke is in good position to begin that climb back. 39 bigs for the chip leader, 23 and 20, with 2 middle stacks afterwards. 16 and 13 bigs are the stacks of the relative shorties, although plenty to work with. But with 5 players, big blind antes, there's nowhere to hide. You have to put in 2.5 bigs every 5 hands. Sam, we've only been back from the break, maybe a few hands, a few minutes. But already I'm wondering if Terry Tang is going to find that bully gear that he had throughout the table. Well, never mind. The pocket tens come to the rescue.
Definitely an easy open here. He hasn't been picking up too many hands, though. You know, not much you can do with 9-3 offsuit, despite having the chip lead.
Justin, that's Chu on the graphic. That's the rags go. That's just Joseph. Folded to Daisuke in the big. Suited king. Should always get defended. Off to the flop. Dan right in the window and 2 diamonds. The setup, Sam. My word.
Wow. This one could get messy. Terry Tang, another flopped set here.
What in the world is going on at the Superstar Challenge? And how does Daisuke want to approach against the chip leader, who's going to be super active, have the widest of ranges, even under the gun, and of course c-betting on this flop? Daisuke must want to, or at least be tempted to, maximize his fold equity with a raise or a jam here. Yeah, there it is. Raising chips being cut out. He could be committed after that raise. After all, he has the second nut flush draw and an overcard. In his head, he's in not too shabby a shape against even a hand as strong as top pair, top kicker. Terry has just been raised with the absolute nuts on the flop. He knows a check raise in this situation is going to be very strong. He can't, frankly, comfortably think about committing and putting Daisuke all in here, considering the check raise and the sizing. Decides to take the safer route in terms of getting the money in. Just in case Daisuke was raising something like a 9 or a weak 10 that maybe would fold to pressure. And a king is just too brutal for Daisuke. Of course, he still has the flush draw, but now he is absolutely committed to the spot. SPR under 1. I just don't see a situation where he gets away from this. A quick jam and a call is, I suspect, what has happened here. There we go. Wow, Daisuke does not even react to the bad news. I mean, he would have thought he had a lock on this hand, barring perhaps an unfortunate queen-jack. In this case, 15% equity, needs the diamonds. The 5 will not come to the rescue for the man from Japan, who has put on an incredible showing here at the APT Superstar Challenge. Winner of the APT Taipei main event, going out in 5th place, $70,000 richer. Heads to the cashier after talking to our floor. Wow, what a way to go out. Rough, rough stuff.
You know, Daisuke played very well this final table. Unfortunately, just ran into it in quite a few spots. Battled very hard with Terry Tang. But with that final hand, is going to be eliminated in 5th place. All 4 players now guaranteed 86,000 American dollars and still fighting for the Black Lion Trophy and 272K up top.
I'm starting to get used to watching everybody say "so sick" in chat after what's been happening here at this final table. Empathize with the pain of the cooler there, but of course, can't help but be entertained by the poker madness we are witnessing. Everybody now guaranteed 86,000 USD, and look how big the pay jumps are getting now. 34,000 USD is the next ladder, all the way up to 6 figures, 120K.
Thomas Ward picking up the ace-jack offsuit here on the button. 12 big blind stack.
And perhaps worth mentioning, with Terry being on the receiving end, or rather the good end of that cooler. Overwhelming chip lead. Really appreciate if you hit subscribe. If you haven't subscribed yet, we are looking to cross 13,000 subscribers at this series. It's a very ambitious goal, and we would really appreciate if you would help us cross it. If that's too much of a commitment, we understand. Just hit the like button, helps us promote the stream to other players, other potential poker fans across the world, the YouTube gods. If I could take every time somebody said "so sick" in chat, Sam, and convert that into a like, where would I be?
No, I think "so sick" has been said more times than any other comment. Similar to Terry Tang's chip stack, dominating the field here. Has more than half the chips in play in front of him. Joseph getting a walk there with the ace-9 off. Not a bad result.
We have been shouting out Daisuke, of course, who just left us, finishing in 5th place for winning the APT main at the previous stop in Taipei. But let's not forget Justin on the table. Did get the bronze medal finish there. Came 3rd place himself at the main event. 1.5 million US in lifetime earnings for Justin. Plenty of experience. Given his stack, I'd argue he's been fairly snug on this table, at least from when I was watching your guys' excellent coverage, might I say. It's probably the least likely to get out of line, perhaps waiting his turn to double up and then try to make some moves.
He has come back from a 5 big blind stack, so anything can happen here at this final table here in Jeju, South Korea. Joseph limping with a jack-7 off, and Thomas in the big blind with a 10-9 of clubs here. And he is going to move all in here and take it down. A very quick fold from Joseph.
Kind of an easy jam, 10-9 suited. Pretty looking hand, has a lot of equity, and you maximize your fold equity by shoving there. Pick up the dead money, the ante and blind he himself had put in. Of course, Joseph's limp as well. 13 bigs, 15, 22, and 60. Not a bad time, perhaps, for the stream to slightly freeze. In case you can hear us, just bear with us for a moment. But let's just take a deeper look at the chip tally here. Terry, of course, doing some quick math. 22, 15, and 13. So 50 bigs for the rest of the field. And 20, and 60, rather, for Terry Tang. 22 bigs is the next player in chips. What a great time to be able to have an overwhelming chip lead here at one of the biggest tournaments ever. King 9 suited under the gun, finds its way all in. Four-handed, of course, it's going to be plenty strong. Gets folds all around. This is why you do it. $619 Poker King in chat says hello from San Diego. Hello, hello. So if you're from San Diego, does that mean you're supporting Joseph Chong? He's, of course, from San Diego. Studied I believe it's math, economics, oh, and psychology from UC San Diego. You ever been to San Diego, Sam?
No, I've driven through it.
Big surfing town, I believe.
Yes, beautiful coastline there. Joseph, opening up the king 4 suited under the gun.
Oh my. He's going for the raise. 9-8 off. Right as we said, Justin has been a bit snug. Maybe waiting to double up. Oh, never mind. He just makes the call. He did put out those massive green chips.
It did look like a raise.
Good thing he didn't raise. King 8-3.
Both players catching a piece here. Joseph with the best of it. Top pair.
Bad news for Justin. Simply cannot go anywhere. Likely balancing his timing before he makes the call, or could be considering one of those old school feeler raises, find out where you're at kind of things. And I think that's exactly what he goes for. The min click. There we go, 250K. It's not very solver approved. But the idea is you're able to evaluate if you're behind for a cheaper price than calling the turn. Nice move considering his stack size, and a king is about the worst card for Justin.
It is going to make him feel a little bit better about his pair of 8s though, making it a little bit less likely that Joseph does have top pair, which is now turned into trips.
A lot of people get confused why blockers are just seeing one more card can make a huge difference, but it's all about hand combos. They go exponentially down. If you have only 3 kings left to make hand combos with versus only 2 kings, your opponent is maybe 30% as likely to have them. Justin does bet another 100K. He's almost block betting on the turn. This is a very difficult hand to navigate. Joseph has called. Alarm bells must be ringing for Justin. He knows that Joseph could easily have hands that beat the 8. But the trouble is, all hands that beat an 8, or perhaps particularly beat 8 with a weak kicker, could go for value on the river here in position. So does Justin want to set a price instead? He's essentially repping what Joseph has, a king. He goes for the small sizing as expected, and Joseph just makes the call thanks to the small kicker that he has. Well played by Justin, by the way. Gets away about as cheap as I could have imagined. Fascinating hand. Were you surprised for to see Joseph not raise there?
I'm more surprised about the snap call. I'm surprised he didn't give it a little bit of thought there with trips. But if he does raise, there's not many hands that can call that are going to take this line. Although those small sizings did feel very sort of medium strength on the turn and river.
I think he just would not give his opponent a raise with middle pair with as much frequency as he would with, say, bottom set or something like that. I agree with you, thinking that raising might not get called by worse. And that's why these block bets work. Some advanced poker there. How to go 3 streets with 1 SPR. Just thinking through that hand a bit more, Sam. I mean, by taking control on the flop, Justin somehow managed to reduce the amount of chips he lost. Just think about if he was check calling 2 streets, which arguably he'd have to, given the board, once the king paired up. Maybe evaluating on the river being in a 6 spot with middle pair, top pair paired up. Now finds the jam with the king 7 off on the small blind. Nice little pickup there, back to 9 bigs.
It does get a little tough to play your range, though, if you start raising middle pairs there. Really going to leave yourself capped when you do just call.
Yeah, the board was about as dry as it can be. King 8 deuce, rainbow.
But it is a board Joseph is going to be betting very, very high frequency. And so middle pair there does rate to be the best hand most of the time. And Joseph has been known to get a little bit sticky.
Hey, some easing of tensions, it seems like. Drinks for everyone. Maybe I should say beverages. Although, if the players desire to drink, I'm sure they could get one. I'm sure they want their senses absolutely sharp at this point. 86,000 USD locked in, 272,000 up top. Poker's so crazy, Sam. You'll just say a few words and toss in a few chips, and it's going to make the difference between 80,000 and 270,000. Who came up with this? I mean, really.
Yeah, some very, very big decisions, some crucial moments that each player has to consider here.
We need to find the inventor of poker and give out the Nobel Prize in economics.
Wow, and look at this. Bottom 2 for Thomas. Not much going on for Joseph. And he checks it over very quickly. Thomas, the one big blind bet, unfortunately doesn't get any more chips in there with his flopped bottom 2.
Chat would love to hear who you guys are supporting. 619 says, I support all poker players, but I do recognize Joseph Chong. It's pretty cool. You guys clearly are from the same hometown. Who else? We have China, Taiwan, of course, New Zealand in the form of Thomas Ward, and the United States being represented. Once again, a testament to the diversity of the APT, even at these super high roller and superstar stakes. Three continents, actually, which is pretty cool.
Justin going to move all in here with the king 9 off. 9 big blinds.
This is why you do it. The queen jack suited has to hit the mark. Justin now making it look easy. Back to 12 bigs. Impressive performance so far. Justin and Thomas seemingly discussing some hands. 9 minutes to the next level, as you see in the tournament clock behind our lovely dealer. Next level is 50,000, 100,000. A fan favorite level, makes everything a tad easy to calculate for the players. We, of course, have the benefit of seeing stacks and blinds, as do you. The increments are slow, as you would expect for the Superstar Challenge. Going up from 80 to 100 in the next level by percentages, even lower in terms of increment, going from 100 to 120. Lots of poker to play.
Joseph here with a mystery hand, raise it up to 175k under the gun.
I'm telling you, Sam, we're going to make Mystery Hands a thing. And we'll find a sponsor for that segment, like ESPN used to. And of course, you and I will take a cut.
We almost got to see it. Was that Pocket Jacks?
If he showed it, it must have been strong.
I think I saw a jack.
It's usually a lament when you don't get action. You toss up your hand face up. Well, what do you know? Smiles and camaraderie at this stage. Does help that all the players are in the money, perhaps.
No, these players have been playing since 11 a.m. yesterday. It's about 15 hours on the table. May have been playing since the beginning with each other at the same table.
Well, I did spot one of these players at one of the lovely Japanese restaurants we have here at Jeju Shinhwa Resorts. Seemed absolutely calm. You would never imagine that they were going to come back to the table seven-handed and try to survive the bubble. I'm also realizing there's no reason for me to be coy. It was Terry, and he had a massive chip lead, so I suspect that helps relax at night.
Thomas getting after it, the ace-4 off and the hijack, raising it up to 160k. And Justin, pocket sixes in the small blind with 9 big blinds. And there it is, the all-in with the pocket sixes.
Thomas says every time he opens, somehow Justin finds a jam, perhaps. Terry Tang, 55 bigs. Once again, quick math. In fact, I think he has the table exactly evenly matched. Chat, still waiting to hear from you. Who are you rooting for? Maybe that has to do with where you're watching from. Let us know. Obviously, these players have rich poker histories for us to look into. Already mentioned Justin coming in with high roller experience, coming in third at the APT main event in Taipei. Joseph Chong, of course, I believe in 59th place on the all-time world poker money list, with over 18 million in lifetime earnings. Terry looking to cross the 1 million mark and frankly seems extremely likely to do so. He's at about 870k in lifetime earnings, so a third place finish might just get him across the 1 million. Who does that leave? Thomas Ward? No Spring Chicken, 1.5 million in lifetime earnings. One of New Zealand's best. Another jam and another pickup from Justin. What a short stack ninja he's turning out to be. Finding the jam spots, some of them obvious, others not so much. Finding the 3-bet jam spots, which picks up even more chips, to state the obvious. And look at this, he's put some distance between himself and Thomas Ward with 11 bigs. And that distance can mean so much in terms of ICM equity. For some of our newer viewers, Sam, I did hear you and Steven discuss ICM, as is always going to be the case on these high-stakes final tables, but maybe you could just take a crack at explaining ICM.
So, ICM stands for the Independent Chip Model. It's not like cash games where you have a one-to-one value of your chip being worth the exact same amount in dollars. So, a few wizards of the game have found out. Terry, unfortunately, doesn't get any action on the ace-king suited. But some very smart people have found out a way to calculate how much your chip is worth, what is the value of it, does that value go up or down according to how much you bought in for, and when you get down to this final table, each chip is worth quite a bit more than what you originally paid for them.
As a result, I think one way to think about it is losing chips loses you a lot more value than gaining chips gains value. The math for what you should do becomes completely different. In a cash game or when you first start learning poker, I mean, pot odds are brought up often, implied odds also sometimes in terms of how much you can make. But here it's all about the odds of you winning that top prize. Pocket fours for Thomas, 11 bigs on the button. This could be an easy jam. It is one of those spots where you might want to leave a few chips behind. Another short stack is in the big. Now he just goes for all of it. Terry will have to let the Jack-10 off go. He's not happy about it for some reason. I think he's just tired of not being involved in pots. Being patient. Suited king for Justin. Wants a quick chip count, wants to make sure he thinks it through. I like it. Will find the fold as he should. Justin's not the only short stack ninja. Thomas knows a thing or two about shoving ranges.
Neck and neck here with Justin. 14 and 13 big blinds in last place. Jonathan sitting nice, double the short stacks. And Terry, of course, in the lead since the beginning of day one. Or sorry, beginning of day two.
We're calling all ladies. We have a special event for you. Coming in 5.5 minutes, 600K by a women's event.
Thomas did come in with the second largest stack behind Terry. He's not going to be too happy with where he's ended up at the moment, but there we go, the A7 suited. He's still technically the shortest stack, but with 13 bigs. Has different bet sizing options. Just goes for all of it, wants to maximize the fold equity. I like it. It's going to get folds from better hands, such as the ace-8s, ace-9s. Of course, hands with a lot of equity, and queen 6 off simply cannot put up any resistance. Although Joseph will pretend there's a decision. Just to mess with his opponent a bit. Thomas shows the ace. Wants to make sure his image is preserved. Wants to make sure he keeps picking up chips uncontested. Now has the slight lead over Justin. Again, I must point out Sam Terry has been relatively quiet. Unlike the bubble, he's letting the card distribution do the talking. That being said, the short stacks are forcing the issue. Going all in very frequently.
Yes, it's getting a little bit harder for him to just start raising these sort of medium hands. There are two short stacks that can reshove. Joseph is catching up, getting close to a contender for the big stack. And I mean, ace 8-4 offsuit, not much you can do there. Big stack or not. Thinking one respect, what happened to Okita? He had Queen Jack versus pocket nines on a Jack 9 board. Ran into Terry's pocket nines, and then once again ran into Terry's flopped set of 10s versus his flush draw and top pair. And here we are, Justin and Thomas Ward, both all in. Both players pretty much at risk here. King 3 board. Thomas Ward looking good to double up here.
Well, Justin is on the verge of
No
elimination.
way.
And the 5 hits the turn. I was going to point out Thomas Ward was the one who had Justin covered, but now Justin will be looking at the full double up with the 6 of spades, a dagger through the heart of Thomas Ward, no doubt. What a brutal way to be effectively eliminated. Of course, has a chip and a chair, but that chip is worth a small blind. Oh my goodness, he has not reacted. These guys are just used to insane variance, but this is just so painful. And Justin has not reacted much either. I know what I would be doing in his shoes, jumping up and down, calling all my friends, thanking the poker gods.
Yeah, devastating blow to Thomas. He is going to need some very good run. Next hand, he will be forced all in.
There's the slightest of grimaces. Should point out that the hands arguably played themselves once again. Of course, short stack versus short stack violence, but Justin has been jamming all kinds of hands and should continue to do so with an ace on the button.
I will note the roles were actually reversed yesterday between Thomas Ward and Joseph Cheong, where Joseph had ace-jack versus Thomas Ward's ace-5. Thomas Ward at risk and managed to flop trips with his ace-5. So a little bit of back and forth there.
That's right. The poker gods, as we call them, do have a sense of karma, don't they?
Yes, let's see if he can stay alive this hand.
Blinds, as we mentioned, had gone up to 50,000, 100,000. Thomas Ward is going to be odd all in. And Terry flashing the peace sign, saying hello to all of you in chat and us in the booth, I suppose. I think Terry knows he's about to be only 2 spots away from the win and the black trophy. Thomas Ward is odd all in with 10-8 suited. Mercifully, the king-8 hits the muck, but the ace-6 surely will call. A chip, a chair, and a dream. Let's see if the spin-up can begin. Joseph raises. Terry has a 6 spot, actually, to put insane pressure on Joseph. Oh my. He does not go for the raise. He just wants to eliminate. Thomas Ward is going to make the call from the big for that extra 1 big blind with the 4 high. On the one hand, Thomas Ward shouldn't be loving life, but he does have 2 life cards. Can triple up the 4, 6, ace, top 2 for Joseph. Bottom pair for Terry. Thomas has effectively been eliminated, I am sorry to say. Joseph making a fair c-bet, having the board absolutely locked. And Terry just not a believer. There is a side pot, or there was a side pot to fight for. Terry could think Joseph was trying to steal it.
And what a turn for Thomas. He now has a double gut shot here. We thought it was over, but now up to 20% here.
I am obviously rooting for Thomas. Chip in a chair and a dream, as I said. A 5 or a 9 is what he needs.
It's not a fun spot to have to sit there on the flop after a bet and a call with 10 high.
Terry, by the way, has to believe this bet. Joseph would not be putting his own tournament at risk with 1 player effectively all in and a $16,000 pay jump. Lets this one go. Joseph has 80% equity, not too shabby. Oh, he hadn't even looked. He hadn't even looked. Makes sense, of course, being automatically all in with the 1 small blind. Go on then, a 5 or a 9? A 9!
Oh, wow.
Let's go. Chip in a chair. He quadruples up. Pentuples up. Is that a word?
It sounds like one. Wow. Up to 2.5 big blinds now, and he's got 3 free hands before he needs to put in the big blind and ante.
That's right. It isn't over till it's over. Joseph, by the way, did gain chips thanks to the flop and turn bet, so chip leader, the only one taking a dent there. Ten deuce. Thomas can just make the fold. Take the other two free hands, as Sam just said. King 9 off for Terry. He's been forced to be relatively inactive ever since we've come back from the break. Can put insane pressure considering the ICM. I think Joseph's hand is, or rather Justin's hand, has already hit the muck as we move on to the next one. Terry would love for the situation to continue, by the way. He would love to keep Thomas Ward around. That's when he can really put maximum ICM pressure, really bully his opponents into making really tight folds, just the way he was doing on the bubble. Really putting on a masterclass of bubble play with the big stack. Now it's time to do the same. Oh my, the 9-6 off, and the 10-4 will be forced to call given the pot odds. He is behind, but has two live ones. Not sure that he needed to commit with the 9-6 there, but decided to not wait for posting and being automatically all in. A 4 on the flop doesn't change much. Actually gives more outs to the 9-6. Now a 3 can come to the rescue as well. Lots of 3s and 9s having been folded. And the 6 actually adds more outs. You see on the top of the board, any 6, 7, 3, or 9. A queen is not one of those cards. As a result, Thomas has been eliminated. Did take a brutal beat there against Justin's ace-5, but takes it well. Out in 4th place, 86,000 USD. Not too shabby. 4xing his incredible 22,000 USD buy-in over the course of a day. That is a good day at the office. And now we're just three-handed. Joseph was the one to eliminate Thomas, so he's up to 25 bigs. Terry still has the chip lead. Justin also sitting on a healthy stack after that double up, courtesy of Thomas. It's much closer than it was maybe just 20 minutes ago, frankly. Justin no longer having the table covered like he did. Justin knows if he doubles any of these players up, he will essentially swap stacks with them. Reasonable open, goes for the 2.5x sizing with the queen jack off in the small blind. And Terry defends with pocket deuces and flops bottom set. It is just Terry's world, and Joseph and Justin are living in it.
Yes, a third set, an absolute set magnet at this final table for Terry Tang. He's going to win an additional 250,000 chips from Joseph here.
What a time to run good. Three-handed at the APT Superstar Challenge, the 30 million Korean won buy-in event. Terry is in position with the set. Understandably making the flat call. No reason to raise. You would fold out the hands that Justin has, such as the queen jack that have not connected. If your opponent has an ace or a flush draw, you might hear from them on the turn anyway, and you might hear from the bluffs a stack of greens finds its way into the ether, essentially, for Joseph. Terry Tang has the check mark here. Joseph is going to be eyeing his opponent for all kinds of tells. Terry asking for a chip count for Joseph's stack. Essentially wants to represent something like a club draw if he calls. Questionable 9. Would love to present an image that would make Joseph believe that he could fold to a triple barrel bluff.
And not only has Terry flopped 3 sets in this final table, but every hand, massive action.
Oh, a misstep. He goes all in. Decides to just play it fast. Joseph finds the quick fold. Bit surprising to see that in position. Terry wanted to make sure he could get the max value from hands such as perhaps weak aces and club draws, while he himself could represent some bluffs. It's always exciting to have a set with an ace on the board. Just know your opponent's range is going to be weighted towards aces. Does not get the max value perhaps, or maybe he did. Joseph might not have put any more chips into the pot irrespective. But look at that, the monster chip lead once again. Terry, over 50 bigs. Queen 9 suited being raised. It's interesting, Justin, I feel, just knows Terry's going to be raising and opening very, very wide. Could have gotten up to some moves with that G2 friendly hand, the King 7 suited. Decides to just call in position. Both players with diamonds. There's only one of them on the board, the 6 of diamonds, followed by an 8 and a 6. Rainbow board certainly favors the man with all the chips, the pre-flop aggression. No need to bet big. Under bet versus the flop raise. I think it's about 2 bigs. Less than that, 1.75 to be precise. And how do you continue if you're Justin? King high could be good, indeed it is. Does have backdoor straights and flush draws to consider. Not going anywhere yet. There's the 7 he was looking for, Justin that is, and Terry now has an open ender and 2 overs. Usually, if you're betting with air on the flop and catch more equity on the turn, does give you room to double barrel. In this case, Terry actually checks.
It is a bit of an awkward stack size for him to go here. You know, betting, getting jammed on, having to fold an open ender it's not very fun.
Indeed it isn't, and also the fact that considering the ICM pressure and the table dynamics, Justin calling on the 866 could imply a hand that would perhaps never fold on the turn. Justin has shown himself to be the king of tiny bets. If Terry was paying attention to the showdown that happened when Justin had that hand with Joseph Chong, check raising with middle pair, betting very small twice on 4th Street and 5th Street, Terry could know that Justin is likely to not be too strong here, but Given the board, Justin can be very well balanced. He has all the full houses, for instance, and the 10 of diamonds. Once again, this is just Terry's world, like I said. It goes check, check, considering Justin had the betting lead on the turn, but bad news for Justin here. Gets outdrawn on the final card. And Terry does what he's starting to do best. Double-handed, stacking up his chips. The green ones, to be precise. Look at the towers Terry has next to him. 59 bigs, has his opponents covered twice over.
Yeah.
Only 19 bigs, 29 bigs rather, amongst the other two opponents. 59 for Terry.
Great spot to be in here if you're Terry.
Justin has king 4 off, 14 bigs. Believe it or not, this is an easy jam in the small blind. He's shown himself to be a short stack ninja. The reason it's a jam, of course, king high likely to be good. The big blind plus big blind ante means there's 2.5 big blinds to pick up. Just going to go for a quick count. Yeah, says all in. And Joseph does not wake up with a hand. These guys are super well studied at every stack depth, as you were mentioning earlier on in the coverage, Sam, but it's one thing to know the theory, it's one thing to perhaps memorize the charts, but it's another to pull the trigger when you have king 4 off.
With this much money at stake as well.
Exactly.
Pay jump over 60K from third to second.
They make it look easy. 120K guaranteed to these players already. 188K, that's USD of course, in second place. That's over 250 million Korean won. And 272,000 US, give or take. That's based off a 375 million Korean won first place prize. And that beautiful APT Black Lion. Quick C bet from Terry. Quick fold from Joseph. Terry's not hiding it anymore. Overwhelming chip lead, meaning overwhelming aggression. Joseph cannot do anything until he at least catches a piece of the board. Man, this is getting rough to watch. Terry is just vacuuming up the chips, just decimating his opponents on this final table. For now, the other two players are eyeing each other's stack. They're pretty close, of course, I just mentioned. Joseph now with 12 bigs.
Picks up the ace-queen off on the button. Really nice hand to pick up here, three-handed. Looks like he's going to go for a min-raise sizing. Quick fold from Terry. And Justin, 8-7 of diamonds in the big blind. What does he elect to do? Just a call here.
Joseph comfortable with just raising and not jamming on the button. And is punished with the king 10-8 2 diamonds board. Justin has smashed this flop, a pair and a flush draw. Checks in flow. Joseph is going to continuation bet a healthy size 1/3 pot. In fact, more than that, and surely Justin is going to jam here. He's happy to even be up against a hand as strong as top pair. Would have about 50% equity. And on top of that, would want to maximize his fold equity at this spot. Goes for the jam. Knows what to do, and a dagger through Joseph's heart now. Could have jammed pre-flop. Knows he likely would have gotten folds.
Yeah, interesting decision pre-flop from both these players to not take the high variance route and just move all in.
Joseph makes the fold. Can only imagine his internal monologue is sighing right now. Justin has managed to put a huge gap between himself and Joseph with that hand. A clear short stack in the form of Joseph Chong. 18 million USD in lifetime earnings is going to be adding at least 120,000 to that score. But can he more than double it by going for first place as under 8 bigs?
And this time it's Terry's turn to have the ace-queen suited on the button.
I think Terry's has had enough turns, Sam, but such is the variance way of life. Almost unfair. Small raise, would love to induce action. You love to notice how he varies up his raising sizes. What do you think he's basing it on? Certainly seems like trying to induce here.
I'm not sure, I couldn't say.
We'll have to keep a lookout for when he goes 2.3 next time. Very, very surprising call from Justin Chu, considering the tiny stack of Joseph Chong. And an ace-8 off in the big. Surely a spot to squeeze here. Joseph has an ace in the big blind. He's had to put in 2 out of his 8 bigs. Goes all in. The induction has worked. Terry isolates with the all-in. Justin gets out of the way. This could spell the end of Joseph Chong. What a journey it's been. Does have 28% equity, and we've seen him lose and win these situations precisely. 7-7-9 chop outs on the board. 9s with chop, of course. 8s for the win. There's a 9.
There it is. Almost guaranteed a chop as long as he can fade one of the 3 queens remaining in the deck.
Or
the
an
2
ace.
queens.
Or an ace.
Yeah.
Never forget the ace, the most brutal way to lose these scenarios. Would give him aces with 9s and a queen versus aces and 9s with an 8.
Joseph still in it. 8 big blinds. Justin can't be happy to see that. Almost a 60K pay jump for Justin there.
Man, talk about the anti-railing. You're looking at a 60K pay jump. You're effectively all in with 70% equity for 80K or 60K, 68K to be precise, going from 120 to 188,000 USD in prize pool. And it comes the 9 on the turn, and they chop it up.
Yes, that one has got to hurt.
Anti-railing is just the most fun and also the most evil side of tournament poker. Terry's still having fun, by the way, as we saw with the close-up, and why not? He'd love to have a short stack around. He can simply keep increasing his chip lead with aggression before he gets down to heads up. Joseph has found ace-jack suited. A welcome sight. Jams and gets the fold.
Terry Tang, the chip lead, queen 4 offsuit, can still, might decide to get back into that table captain image. Raise it up here, put some pressure on the medium stack. It looks like that's just what he's going to do here. A little over 3x, or perhaps a 290K again. 270K this time. Justin lets it go.
Tough to find a pattern there with the raise sizing, but fair to say with the monster holding of the ace-queen, he was going small to induce. We mentioned having the table covered twice over. Well, how about extending that? 61 bigs for Terry, 27 total for the rest of the table. Far from over, though, let me just say.
Ooh, pocket fives for Terry.
Jam, I assume? Yep. With 17 bigs being the effective biggest stack and the ICM pressure that the middle stack would face. Terry can be jamming so light here, would not mind a call if he's flipping. It's making it look easy. It's not, though. You have to make sure you slow down when needed and keep the stack off, particularly the second in chips in mind. 17 bigs. A double up would just put him right back into contention. Terry wants to go to heads up with a dominating chip lead. Quick fold from the mystery hand from Justin. Rags clearly, and an unfortunate 10-4 off in the small. And a walk for the pocket sevens. Hit by the deck. Terry Tang. He is almost secured crossing the 1 million lifetime earnings live poker milestone.
That is a big one, isn't it? Not many players get to cross the even more prestigious 8-figure mark. But Joseph picking up the ace-10 off here on the button. 8 big blinds.
Just taking a quick look, by the way, where a win would take him on the all-time China money list. I think he would comfortably cruise into maybe 30th place.
And here we are. A flip. Ace-10 off from Joseph versus Justin's pocket fives in the big blind. This is Joseph's tournament life at risk here. And a 10 on the flop for Joseph is going to put him into the lead. Justin, only 2 remaining fives in the deck.
This could be showers for Joseph if a 5 comes in a great spot to double up. Justin would be crippled down to 7 bigs, and there we have it, a sort of flip-flop in the stacks. Terry just watching calmly on the side. Would have loved to be heads up, I assume. Who wouldn't? The massive $68,000 pay jump. For now, Justin keeping fairly stoic considering what has just occurred. We mentioned the anti-railing, if you think about it. He was 70% to be heads up. He was 70% to have that money jump. Instead, loses the flip. Down to just 7 bigs. Certainly enough for him to make some headway into a comeback here. We've seen him wield a short stack. You mentioned he was down to 5 bigs at some point?
Yes, 5 bigs. Managed to spin it up with 2 double ups.
9 minutes away from the next level, which is going to be 60,000, 120,000 big. Ace-9 suited, another easy jam. Goes for the open, it seems. Was that a limp?
No, it looked like a little bit more. 230. Justin, an ace in the small blind with 7 big blinds. Is going to take it.
Surely getting insta-call. There we go. Once again, the induction sizing works out for Terry Tang. Has his opponent dominated, as we have been saying. This is Terry's world, and Justin and Joseph seem to be living in it. Time to put that theory to the test. Joseph managed to chop. Can Justin manage the same thing? Never mind the 9 on the flop. Almost putting an end to the dream that Justin had spun up from 5 bigs. The 3 of hearts does not change much. No hearts in either player's hand, and that will be it. The check mark for Terry. All the blinds perhaps circuitously finding their way into Terry's stack. It comes down to Terry from China, Tang Tianwan, and Joseph Chong from the United States. GG, of course, to Justin Chu from Taiwan. And Terry actually signaling that he would like to take a break as we see Kelvin, our producer, head towards him. Those are the stacks, ladies and gentlemen. 73 bigs versus 16 bigs, a 4.5 to 1 chip lead for Terry, who did come in with the chip lead and has maintained it throughout. Excellent play by him, a well-deserved chip leader going into heads up. But Joseph Chong, one of the most experienced poker players on the planet, really. He will be battling for that incredible 90,000, 85,000 USD or so pay jump. The players are also free to talk deals, but considering the stack sizes, I have a feeling there's not much deal talk to be had. Joseph will simply try to make a comeback, and of course, if the players want to talk deals midway into their heads-up match, they're free to do so. So there it is, 272,000 plus that beautiful APT Black Lion trophy to play for. Sam, perhaps the chip leader ending up exactly where we expected, considering how the table started and the mode Terry was in when he was bullying the shorter stacks during bubble play. But an impressive performance nonetheless. Yes, the poker gods, which is to say the card distribution, has been in his favor, but you don't get paid off without being aggressive throughout. So of course we commend Terry on his play. And Joseph Chong being the heads-up player. Any surprise there for you?
No, he's played an amazing game yesterday, has definitely taken some beats, but held his head high, battled it out, and now look at this. Heads up for the trophy, although a 4-to-1 dog. Let's see how this final table plays out.
Well, we're going to take a very short break as we set up for heads up. The players, of course, would love to take a break as well. We'll put that beautiful APT Black Lion trophy in the middle as we play this $85,000 heads up battle. We'll take a short break. We will see you right after.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to give you a 10-minute break. Please come back at 3:40. 3:40, okay? Okay. Thank you. 3:40.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to the lovely Landing Casino here at the beautiful Jeju Shinhwa World Resort on Jeju Island, South Korea. I'm here because in just 2 short months, there are going to be 65 poker tables and thousands of poker players here vying for over 5 billion Korean won in guarantees. That's almost $4 million US. And they're going to be able to win that with all of the APT staples, the double stack, the mini main, the mystery bounty, the cup, high roller, superstar, and of course, our featured event, the main event. It has a 2 billion Korean won guarantee. That's approximately 1.5 million USD in guarantees for just that event. So when you want to see a completed schedule, you're going to want to click this link and you will find the full schedule of all the amazing events we're going to have with you at APT Jeju 2024. Also, for the first time in over a year, the APT is going to have cash games. There's at least 15 tables of cash games going on here, with buy-ins as low as 1,000, 3,000 Korean, which is about 75 cent, 225 on the blinds, all the way up to, well, all the way up. And once you've won everything that you can win here, there's so much to explore here, both inside the property and on Jeju itself. There's a water park, a theme park, a bunch of restaurants for when you get hungry from being at the water park and the theme park, all these shops with these amazing brands that everybody knows and loves. And if you leave the property, there's half a dozen golf courses, a bunch of local villages where you can learn all about Korean culture. There's a bunch of waterfalls, some beautiful sunrise and sunset views. There's a bunch of UNESCO World Heritage sites that you can go to. And I'm reliably informed there's mermaids. I'd tell you what all those were in Korean, but everybody here was making fun of my Korean, so you're gonna have to read about it in Ben's Ultimate Guide to APT Jeju 2024. Right, enough of my sales pitch. You already know why you should be here, and quite frankly, I have to go explain how to play Badoogie to the regulators here so I can put it in the schedule. So, come here and hang out with me April 26th to May 5th. It wouldn't be the same without you. Trademark pending.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to APT Jeju 2024, coming to you live from the Jeju Shinhwa Resorts here at the Landing Casino in Jeju, of course. We have been witnessing one of the most exciting final tables in APT history, and what makes it even more special, it's for our biggest event, the APT Superstar Challenge. 30 million Korean won, that's about 22,000 USD, was the buy-in. And if you've been watching, you know we are down to heads up between the steady chip leader at the table, Terry Tang from China, and one of the legends of poker, Joseph Chong from the United States, of course, is heads up with a much smaller stack, 16 bigs to Terry's 73 bigs. 188,000 USD has been locked up, but that incredible 272,000 still to play for up top, as you see on your screen. I am joined by Sam and Sol, my co-commentator, co-host, and of course you, Sam, have been covering the entire event. What a journey it's been. Tell me more about your thoughts on our chip leader and, of course, his rival at the moment.
Yes, Terry Tang has been putting on an absolute clinic on how to play a big stack at a final table, abusing the ICM pressure. Joseph managing to hang on, you know, picking his spots well, making some incredible folds, not trying to get out of line, just playing some very good, very solid poker and trusting his reads. He is a 4-1 dog, but we are going to see how he manages to navigate this heads-up match. He does have over 18 times in live earnings compared to his opponent, Terry Tang. Let's see if that experience can play through in this heads-up match.
Well, that reveal how Terry is at about 870,000 in lifetime earnings, but let's not forget the 188K he's locked up takes him over the 1 million USD lifetime live earnings mark. So congratulations to Terry for that incredible milestone. But for the moment, he has a job to do, and that beautiful Black Lion trophy to play for. That's an APT special recently added for the Super High Rollers and the Superstar Challenge. Terry knows he has an overwhelming chip lead. I'm very curious to see how he decides to use it. People in chat saying ICM split. No, sir, no deal has been struck. We are extremely transparent in case there are any deals. In fact, the APT helps players facilitate deals, which is a nice touch. The APT, of course, intent on being as player-friendly as possible. Go Joseph, say Ralph, and very long name, but let's say Isbel in chat. So clearly some support for Joseph. We had some viewers from San Diego, Joseph's hometown. He's, of course, Korean in ethnicity, which makes it extra special. Of course, United States citizen and top player from the US. As we pitch the cards for the first hand of Heads Up, I must mention the APT main event, an incredibly successful 1A flight yesterday. 1B is on, and Sam, we are approaching almost 250 players for flight 1B as well, which is amazing to see. That's going to take the total to well over 500 players already. The series, of course, was guaranteed for 5 billion Korean won, but that main event guaranteed for 2 billion Korean won. That's almost 1.5 million US dollars. So in case you're listening, you're nearby, or maybe a short flight away from Jeju, make sure you join us. Flight 1C and 1D take place tomorrow. If I know the APT, we are going to meet and beat the guarantee, so the prize pool will be incredible. We're looking at almost 400,000. Perhaps if we reach that 2 million in the prize pool mark, we're looking at almost 400,000 to the winner, just like APT Taipei.
Terry Tang using that big stack to his advantage. The Jack 4 off, raising up Joseph's limp on the button. Joseph, not much he can do there with a 13 big blind stack. Momentum's going Terry's way here. Blinds are 50K, 100K, with a 100,000 big blind ante.
Queen Jack versus Queen 5. Joseph defends, as one would, with Queen Jack off. Does not go for the 3-bet jam, maybe because it's so early on in the heads-up battle. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest. Queen Jack off, can't find the 3-bet jam there. A missed opportunity as both players whiffed the board, but with Terry having all the chips, those towers you see ahead of him. The betting lead position. Can he sneak this away? $80 bigs to 9 bigs. 8-1 chip lead. On the one hand, it feels like this one is basically over, but as I like to point out at this stage of the coverage, I love playing heads up. I play a lot of heads up sit and goes. 8-1 is counterintuitively far from over. All it takes is a couple of double ups. Joseph will try to have the first one right here. King Jack off. Easy jam. Did not jam the Queen Jack off out of position, but this is much easier. We need to send them questions. King high is good for an all-in. Fairly standard once again. Queen 3, rags essentially. Joseph does not want to fold. Again, surprisingly, he could have found the jam there considering how short he is. He lets the 7 deuce in for free and is outflopped. Joseph now bets in position. Terry has to call. Joseph's stack is just getting so low.
SPR just over 1.5 here. Joseph gonna check back his turn gut shot. And he rivers the straight. Very nice river here for Joseph. Terry just gonna try and take a showdown value, bottom pair here.
$77-12 now. Does not seem like much, but Joseph has a couple of extra blinds to help him perhaps navigate more than the all-in or fold dynamic. We did see him play the Queen 3 very tricky a moment ago, so clearly has many gears in the heads-up portion here. Extremely experienced heads-up, perhaps just from his tournament wins alone. Terry knows what to do as well. No lack of experience here. Terry Tang, King 4 suited, finds the easy jam. I mean, Terry can just keep doing this with maybe everything but the bottom 10 or 20% of his range. He's just so open to taking the variance thanks to the massive stack. But like I said, even 8-1, couple of double ups. Let's just do the math. You'd be 5-4. All in from Jack 9 and pocket 9s. This might be it. Terry has his opponent dominated. Could be looking down at the barrel of an APT Superstar victory. 6-5 deuce, never easy. 2 clubs, 1 over and a flush draw. Joseph cannot help but smile. Just needs to dodge the jack and the clubs, and Terry would have cinched it. And a jack on the turn. Shakes his head, looking at the screen. 1 out. He calls for it, a 6. Excruciatingly close, looking to a 9, but not to be. Joseph finds the double up, completely changing the dynamic and the momentum of this heads-up match. Wow. I really thought it was over.
That was a very close one. What an action flop. And the beautiful Jack of Hearts in the turn for Joseph to double up. And now they're out of that sort of push-fold range. You know, Joseph sitting on 18 big blinds. A little bit of post-flop play I imagine we'll start to see here.
And Terry, I have to say, looks devastated. And as I was mentioning, even though 8-1 seems so wide a margin, just imagine another double up here. We would be looking at even stacks. Terry cannot help but needle his opponent. Says lucky, lucky, lucky. Nine-8 off for Terry. Needs to make sure he doesn't let that painful hand get to him. Still play as aggressively, as centered as he was playing earlier, just confidently making theoretically correct plays. Joseph will take the free flop with the 10-9 suited. Queen 6-4, air for everyone. Tang in position.
Both players opting for the free turn, and Joseph turning himself a flush draw here. Is going to stab at it. Ooh, a large bet. Is that a pot-sized bet? Looks like 350K. And it's going to get the job done here. Joseph, very, very experienced with his bet sizes here. Joseph, 8-4 off from the button here. Looks like he's going very wide from the button with a 19 big blind stack. It's just going to limp here. The 8-4 off, play it in position. Terry Tang, Queen 3 suited, opts not to raise this time. We did see the Queen 4 off make it into the raise, but suited, I think it's got a little bit more playability. Just happy to take a flop here. Flop, Jack, 7 deuce, 2 clubs, and a spade. Misses both opponents here. Joseph opting not to get out of line here. Another jack on the turn. Terry going to bluff at it, 125K. Joseph definitely not going to hang on there with the 8 high. Terry, Mr. Tang here, picking up the Jack 5 of diamonds on the button. Giving it some thought and is going to go for the raise here. 240K. Joseph, King 3 off. He's going to make the call. Look at that flop for Joseph as well. Tang with the flush draw and gut shot. Joseph, King of diamonds in his hand. A pretty nice card to have here, and second pair.
Action flop. Every hand feels like it could be it. Certainly middle pair, the king variety is pretty strong heads up. And Tang makes 150,000 bet. Look at the pot, 960K in the middle now. 2 SPR, 2 streets to go. And an ace is an action card as well, believe it or not. Joseph's pair is looking better now. And Tang can actually still continue to tell his story. Represent the ace, perhaps. 2 hearts on the board as well. 2 flush draws possible. Tang would not want to be blown away from this hand. If he bets and gets raised, he would hate to fold. Does he want to realize his equity by checking back? Nah, not his style. He has been aggressive throughout this table.
A big bet here, just over half pot, 510K into the middle. Joseph calls this. We're going to be looking at a 2 million pot, with Joseph only having 1.2 million behind. Joseph is going to make the call here with second pair. Tang needs a queen or a diamond to put himself in the lead here. A jack of clubs isn't going to do it, but is going to give Tang a little bit of showdown value here.
Goes check, check. Tang cannot find that final trigger. We have been talking about taking pairs and turning them into bluffs. I think with 2 flush draws possible, Tang figured his jack could be good enough of the time for him to just check back. And look how the stacks are evening out. 48 to 26 now, under 2-1 chip lead. As our co-host Stephen Lai loves pointing out, under 2-1 is very dangerous. And all in means your opponent takes the chip lead. Terry sticking out his tongue, knows that Jack-9 suited V pocket 9s hand could have turned the tables in this heads-up battle. Once again, he has the chip lead, the all-important chip lead, and a decent one at that. Just needs to keep his head in the game. Shoutouts for both Terry and Joseph in chat. That's what we love to see. To all of you joining us once again, thank you for your support to these players and to the APT. Do hit subscribe if you haven't yet.
Couple big hands here. Joseph limping the button and Tang opting just to check the Jack-10 of diamonds, perhaps not wanting to raise and face a shove. But look at that flop. Action City, top 2 here for Tang, and an open-ender for Joseph. Both players with the backdoor flush draw. Joseph, gonna fire away at this. Small little bet here.
My goodness, Sam. Every hand is just action-packed, just setup after setup. Open-ender versus top 2 heads up. Once again, the chips could easily find their way into the middle. And Tang should be incentivized to play this hand fast. It's a very wet board. He has top 2, all kinds of draws possible for his opponent to continue in the hand with. Additionally, he would want to get value from pairs that would likely consider calling a check raise here. Oh, we get into that beautiful split screen. This is what I love to see. Let's see if we can grab any physical tells as well. The opponent's not looking at each other necessarily. There's the raise, and there's the quick call.
Joseph, known for playing quite fast. Turn 8 of clubs is going to improve Joseph to a pair here. SPR is around 2, so if Tang did want to go for the bet line, around 60% on the turn and river would be ideal. And looks like that's just what he's doing here. Oh no. A pot-sized bet of 1.2 million is probably just going to shut down almost any hand that Joseph can continue with here.
This is tense. Terry is making his hand look like a bluff. But Joseph makes the disciplined laydown with the pair and a flush draw. And a straight draw, rather, excuse me. Thinking back to the Jack-10 versus the King-9 hand from yesterday, Sam, where you pointed out the difficult laydown of the straight draw and top pair in that instance. Also correct. He was behind then as well.
Yes, Joseph is very dialed in, making all the correct plays. And has spun it up to 22 big blinds heads up. A very nice comeback for the American poker player. Tell me, Vidur, when the button folds there, do you ever check your cards? Do you need to see, or are you happy to just return them to the muck without taking a look?
Oh, no way. I have to see. I have to see.
It hurts when that first one is an ace.
I'm always open to being given a reason to moan, especially on camera. Ah, look at my bad luck. I think we were discussing how both of us, Sam, are the kinds of players who barely let the dealer stop pitching the cards before we take a look.
Yes. Yes, indeed. And especially when your card dead, you start to look at the first one as soon as you get it. Joseph really likes his limp strategy. Heads up on these 20 big blind stacks. Probably something he's definitely studied quite a bit before. Wants to play as many hands as possible. Smaller sizing is going to allow for that, as we see he did limp the 8-4 offsuit. Lines are up, 60K, 120K, 120K big blind ante. Tang can't be too happy about losing an 8-1 chip lead, now down to only 2-1.
Momentum can be so important in heads-up battles, considering the deficit Joseph has climbed back up from. Certainly, I would argue the momentum is on his side. Terry has to feel he simply cannot get rid of Joseph. I mean, thinking back to the ace-queen hand where he ended up chopping against a weaker ace, pocket nines against jack-9, suited. Start believing in destiny and fate a bit, perhaps, when these things happen. Variance is a tricky, tricky thing. Still, Terry has 50 bigs heads up. That is plenty to exert all kinds of pressure on your opponent. Heads up is all about aggression. Ranges are extremely wide. Just depends how badly you want to represent hands. 6 million, 3 million exactly are the chip stacks.
Joseph, king 3 off, is going to limp the button. Tang taking the free flop with the jack 6 of diamonds.
Anthony in chat says, Joseph, Joseph, Joseph.
Wow, look at that flop for Tang. Another flush draw with a gut shot. Joseph has an okay hand here. Is going to bet quite large here. Ace, queen, 10. Knowing he definitely has the range advantage on this board, and support that Tang is just not going to have very many strong hands, so Joseph can size up quite a bit here. The 6 of clubs. Terry improves to a pair here. Joseph picking up a pair on the river here. Knows it's probably not good if Tang did call the flop for such a large sizing. Really only beats flush draws with that river 3. And Tang gonna turn his 6 into a bluff here. 150K, or perhaps just a small blocker bet for value. And look at that, gets paid. 4th pair versus 5th pair.
Heads up special. Thin value. Do not blame Joseph for making the call. After all, flush draws that did not hit the pair could have played the same way. A dealer change as we take a look at the chip stacks. Some clawback for Terry there. As we do see Greg Our friend and co-host, Greg, goes all in. Sitting like a docile puppy, really, at the edge of the table. Watching the proceedings, seeing the eventual champion emerge. Look at Greg's poker face, Sam.
Yeah, he is there to announce the winner, congratulate them, and most likely interview.
So intense and serious, my word.
So different from how we normally know him, isn't it, Vidir?
You mean when he's singing, dancing, rapping in the booth?
Yes.
Indeed. I would argue he feels different sitting there at the poker table. Seems to have found an intense mode appropriate for the occasion of the Superstar Challenge heads up. Really seems to be controlling himself. Both you and Greg, of course, are YouTubers. Sam, Greg has been doing it a bit longer than you and has a very different flavor and style. What do you think the role of YouTube is in the poker world? I mean, needless to say, it's been wonderful and has clearly enhanced the love for the game. But what made you start and where do you see it going?
Oh, YouTube has just been probably one of the biggest drivers in poker in terms of new players coming into the game, especially the short formats. Really easy to digest content. You can just watch players blast off for thousands of dollars, and I think it's been a great help to the game to bring in a lot of new talent.
Do you see yourself more as a YouTuber or a poker player?
I'd say YouTuber. I need a lot more to study, but I do enjoy it in the game. Yeah, keep in mind, I only started beating 2-5 maybe 10 months ago.
Mystery hand. But no mystery when it comes to the aggression, taking it down against the ace high. Do not forget the big blind ante is still in play despite us being in the heads up portion. So, person who is not on the button has to put in the big blind and the big blind ante.
Imagine we'll see a limp here from Joseph. Tang, Jack 8 of diamonds. No, if he wasn't raising the Jack 10 of diamonds. There it is, the check. Takes a flop.
Mystery hand once again. Let's play along with Terry. Diamond in the form of a 4, a 5, and a 7. 2 overs and a gut shot to the higher straight. Goes check, check, and a 9 now. The double gut shot, a 10 would give him the nut straight as well. Good spot to start betting, I assume. Goes for the check for now. Does not want to be blown off his hand, or perhaps eyeing a check raise. Joseph does not oblige. Checks behind. Terry's hand is now reduced to jack high. This is why you want to be betting on the turn, I suppose. Decides to give up. Joseph gets to go to showdown in case he has even a hand as weak as king high or so. Would be winning. Now I suspect facing a bet the jack high cannot call. Not the most exciting mystery hand, but perhaps representative of what a traditional heads-up hand is like. Would have loved to see more aggression from Terry, especially on the turn there. Did have the double gut shot and an overcard. 2-1 chip lead still, almost precisely. Black Trophy wondering who it's going to end up with. Facing Terry at the moment. Maybe a new addition to the format. Whoever's the chip leader, we just turn the trophy towards them. Some extra motivation. Someone in chat asking, where are the players from? Good question, sir. Terry is from China, the player you see on your screen at the moment. Looking to cross over 1.1 million in lifetime earnings were he to win this event. Pretty high up on the China all-time money list already, but would crack the top 30, I think, with that score. Joseph from the United States. Over 18 million USD in lifetime earnings. I believe he's 59th or so on the all-time money list. Wonder where that lands him on the US sheet. Let's see. 29th on the US all-time money list. So similar in their respective home countries now.
Wow, what a flop for Joseph. Fortunately, Tang doesn't have much to go with here. Just has a very poor gut shot.
Is it me, or are diamond flushes very common today? It's just diamonds everywhere.
Yes, we have seen Terry Tang with quite a few diamond flush draws with a gut shot as well.
Not low for Terry Tang. When you have the nut low, it's a good time to bet, since you are 100% losing by checking. That's an added equity with the dummy end of the gut shot. Joseph proceeds with a check call. I have to say, Sam, the low variance approach Joseph has been taking recently does seem to signal to me that he thinks he has an edge in this heads-up battle. Given the experience, I could surmise that that is most likely true.
Yes, it's a little bit of a merged range if he did want to go for the check raise on the turn. You know, he really only beats another 6 that's going to call. That's lower. I think with all those equities, happy to protect his calling range here. Keep Terry's options open.
And look how well it's going to work out. I can only assume Joseph will be making a quick call. Indeed he does. Gets Tang to commit a chunk of chips with the nut low, 500,000 of them. And with that monster pickup, Joseph Chong has crossed the 30 big blind mark. Wow, barely a difference in between these stacks now, considering where we started from. Just a reminder, 73 bigs to 16 bigs was where we started the heads up. It was as wide as 80 bigs to 9 bigs. And here we are, Joseph, with the momentum and the wind behind his back, looking to even out the stacks. Anything can certainly happen. By the way, chat, who had Joseph in the Guess the Winner? I see Andy Hay in chat saying, I predicted Joseph when he was a short stack. Clearly a fan. Who else had Joseph and Guess the Winner, I wonder? And who had Terry? Sort of the obvious bet when the Guess the Winner, the form was pinned.
Joseph now on a 31 big blind stack. Interesting to see if he starts with the min raise here. And yes, indeed, 20 big blinds. He's mostly playing a limp strategy, and now with 31 big blinds, is opting for the raise. Nice sizing too, 240. would be a min raise. About 2.3x.
Ralph in chat says, Joe is too composed, Joe being Joseph, for these sides of games. Could not agree more. Sam and I have been marveling at Joseph's composure, demeanor, just overall calmness in all the situations he's faced. It's not been an easy ride, a roller coaster to say the least, as is often the case after a grueling final table. But Joseph has shown what years and decades of experience in multi-table tournament poker can get you. The Zen state he has been displaying. Rags for Terry. Could limp, could fold. 6-4 off, considering the chip dynamics. Could consider raising as well. Would love to take the momentum back in this hand, I'm sure. The match has been slipping away from him. Not really, though. In fact, he still has the chip lead, but it can feel that way when your opponent is making a huge comeback. And Joseph wakes up with the pocket jacks. Terry had gone for the raise. Once again, desperate for that momentum shift. It will not be had. Joseph will certainly be 3-betting this from the big blind. Terry has to be wondering, the one time I go for it, my opponent fights back. Is he just doing this to even out the stacks? Is he just doing this because he thinks I'm weak? Does not really matter. They cannot do much. And look at that, Sam. We have almost reached even stacks.
What a comeback by Joseph. Almost neck and neck now. Not losing hope. 8-1 dog in chips. And now it is anyone's game.
Terry, no doubt, could have almost imagined that trophy sitting on his mantelpiece when he was all in with pocket nines to jack 9 suited. As with all things poker, it's never over till it's over. Terry finding that out the hard way. Once again, needs to compose himself. Even stacks, heads up. Still a dream situation for almost any poker player to be even stacks heads up for the APT Superstar Challenge trophy. Pocket 8s now. Sort of the reverse of the previous hand. Joseph opening extremely wide. 8 deuce suited. Terry just thinking about what sizing he wants to raise. Does not really matter. Joseph should be finding the fold irrespective of the size. Andy talks about Joseph saying he's a cool customer in the chat. Indeed he is. One cool cucumber, as they say. Is that an expression in Canada?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Sometimes you have to make sure. It could be a very Indian/British English thing. Why would you call a person a cucumber after all? Just because it sounds like cool?
I don't know. I don't know. Tang, ace queen off here. Couple of good hands in a row.
For a while there, I was saying, Sam, how every hand felt like it could be it. 40 bigs and 30 bigs are actually pretty decent, deep stacks heads up at this stage.
A lot of room for post-flop play.
King, king, queen. Terry almost flops Joseph dead.
And a check back from Tang. Aboard that. And that's going to let Joseph improve to a gut shot here.
I like the trap. Giving rope to his opponent. Try and rep some of the bigger cards on the board, perhaps. Just fire with something like the kind of hand Joseph has. And wow, Joseph calls the gut shot out of position. Cannot do this unless you have a plan for a brick, and the deuce of diamond is about as brickish as it gets. Actually, he just checks.
He did see his opponent delay c-bet with 3 high in a previous hand, so perhaps he's thinking his 10 high might even be good here some percentage of the time.
Remind me, Sam, did that hand go to showdown when...
Yes.
Terry had the 3 deuce?
Yep, Terry bet 500k on the river and showed the 3 deuce. And
Exactly.
Joseph quickly showed the 9-6 diamonds.
Great point. Could be playing into his thinking here. Obviously has to let the 10 high go. Facing some heat on 5th Street. So a gap once again emerges. 46 to 28, under 2 to 1. But a sizable chip lead. Terry has to have that momentum, feeling his mojo a little bit now. And believe it or not, we are actually just 5 minutes or so away from a scheduled break. So despite starting with over 5 to 1 chip deficit, Joseph hung on even stacks. 1 point down, as much as 8.5 to 1 in terms of the chip deficit. Now under 2 to 1. If the players play maybe just a couple more hands, we will actually hit the break. To almost 400 of you watching on YouTube alone. Just note that we will be back very shortly from a quick break. I think this one's going to be 10 minutes or so. Yeah, 10 minutes, I just confirmed. Obviously, if you're with us and rooting for one of these two, or rooting to see some fascinating poker like we are, you would not want to go anywhere. But do hit subscribe and like if you haven't. I'm seeing 400 of you in chat. 49 likes. Not saying I'm angry, I'm just disappointed. Would love it if you could hit the like button. Maybe it would push out this final home stretch of the stream to even more people. And if you haven't subscribed, don't forget, the main event has kicked off on the floor, but the coverage of the main event will kick off starting Thursday, that's day after. Before that, after wrapping up this extremely intense tournament, we have some fun tables. APT Thailand tonight. That's usually a fun one. And then Natural 8 events, Natural 8 Hong Kong, and the relatively lower stakes Natural 8 Influencers Invitational tomorrow. Quick pickup, wider margin for Terry. Certainly back in pole position.
That was a bit of an odd hand. You know, Joseph c-bet the flop with a gut shot. Turn, a blank 8 of spades, and then Tang deciding to lead out for full pot there with 3rd pair. But Joseph, only having 6 high and a gut shot, just decides to get out of there.
It's heads up, Sam, you know. 3rd pair heads up feels like top pair sometimes. Tang deciding to deny all the equity that Joseph could have realized by checking back. Jack 10 off, easy open. Joseph, King 8 off, easy defend. And this is going to be the last hand before the break, so unless something wild happens with these two holdings, these players are going to make it to the next break. And wow, that could get wild. King, Jack, Queen, all paint. Top pair for Joseph. Okay kicker. Bottom pair and the open ender to Broadway for Terry. And it goes check, check. Terry checking the bottom pair for pot control and to realize as much equity as he can. Binks it on the turn. Joseph is drawing dead to the chop. And now Terry must bet for value to get hands exactly like the one Joseph has, as well as any diamond draws to pay the price. Joseph cannot fold yet, I imagine. Terry could easily be bluffing. It's actually nice for that 3-deuce hand to have gone down to showdown. Completely changes the bluffing frequency that Joseph could be perceiving his opponent has. 200K finds its way into the middle. Bit of a donation, as it turns out, the check mark for Terry. Another jack doesn't change much, but Joseph is chopping with other kings, such as king... Oh, actually, never mind. The king 9 and king 10 would be better hands. Wonder if it helps Joseph fold. Wow, he goes big. He goes all in. Bit surprising, that bet, after all. Not sure which worse hands are calling, but you never know in heads up. I've seen crazier thing, of course, if his opponent had a jack as well. Maybe he would have felt compelled. Joseph seems to be in a rush to head off from the table. And why not? He's earned it. 21 bigs versus the 53 for Terry, the player from China. What a battle this is turning out to be. We started off heads up with almost a 5-1 chip lead, as I said. Widened it at some point to almost 9-1, fighting for that $85,000 pay jump. And now we have narrowed it to a much, much closer battle. One double up and things will swing in the opposite direction. This is turning out to be way more of a match than perhaps Terry would have liked or bargained for, but we are thankful for it. As I mentioned, this is the scheduled break, but it's going to be a short one, just 10 minutes. If you're like us, you want to see this close out with a bang, and you will not go anywhere. So we will see you very shortly. Stay with us.
Alright, 50 minutes break for the single leg high roller event.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Holding. Hold up. 有高潮啊！99是吧？Hold it。99。看着了嘛。Hold it。哦。红桃2。顶住。红桃2。哎。哎，你咋？9。留了它不是好事，没办法。107. 107.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the Superstar Challenge, the final heads up for the grand prize of $272,000 between Terry Tang and Joseph Cheong. Terry, commanding lead at the beginning, 8-1 chip lead. Joseph managing to get stacks nearly even and is now pushed down to about 20 big blinds again. It'll be interesting to see if he can manage to come back again. What are your thoughts, Vidir?
Well, let's not forget blinds are going to go up. Stacks are going to be a tad more shallow. Let's see what that means for the action. But these two players clearly have shown that it's an evenly matched heads-up battle. Yeah, Joseph Cheong did manage to get the stacks even, so he had that momentum advantage, which means a psychological advantage. But Terry has gained it back. Both players have had the time to reset during the break. I'm excited to see where this goes. It is clearly still anyone's game, but of course, Terry is the favorite. He had been the chip leader throughout. So let's get straight to the action and see where we're going to end up with this incredible Superstar Challenge. $272,000 in USD to the winner for this approximately $22,000 buy. And there you see it, $187,000 USD locked up by both these players, and $85,000 USD battle for heads up. No deal has been struck once again during the break. Certainly could have been a consideration, with Joseph Cheong, one of the top players in the world, having accumulated more than 18 million USD in just total live lifetime tournament earnings. I suspect he's just in it to win it, as of course is Terry, who had the chip lead throughout. He has crossed over 1 million USD in lifetime earnings, so congratulations once again. But he's looking to close this out in style, and of course both players won that beautiful APT Black Lion trophy.
Yes, 36 entries to push this over the 1 billion Korean won prize pool. Insane jump here. 187K per second, like you're saying, up to 272,000 American dollars for first. Joseph Cheong is just willing to battle it out. Didn't let the 10 big blinds get to him. They did have a very decisive flip. Pocket nines with Terry Yang versus Joseph's Jack 9 suited, managing to spike the Jack on the turn and double up.
Maybe not precisely a flip, but certainly going the way of the weaker holding in the form of the Jack-9. That Jack on the turn could end up being decisive, but for now, Terry has the chip lead. Certainly is in the best position to close this out. Lines have gone up, as I said, which means Joseph's stack was reduced to about 15 bigs or so. We had that big level jump, Sam, I keep referring to, 120k to 160k. Quite a time for it, and quite a time for kings, mind you. Unfortunately, facing the 4 deuce off on the button. Joseph had been limping maybe 100% of his hands, at least the ones we'd seen so far. Certainly the medium to, well, the rags you see before you, the 4 deuce off. Has to let this one go. Good start after the break for Terry. One of China's top players, Tang Tianwan. 41 bigs now against the 14. Almost a 3-1 chip lead. Started off with that 4.5 to 1 lead. Built it up to almost 9 to 1. Now a respectable 3 to 1. We did lose some viewers during the break, but I do thank all of you that stuck around. Not too bad. I'm glad you guys listened to me.
And Terry coming in hot. Pocket kings and now pocket queens. Just as good. On the button. How is he going to proceed here? I'm sure he's dreaming that this could be the final hand of the tournament. No, Joseph. Unfortunate, just rags cannot make the call. He does show the pocket queens, and Joseph feeling relieved there.
Joseph looking to make a special mark in his poker career with a win here in Jeju, South Korea. Joseph, of course, is Korean-American, American citizen, of course. Korean citizens, indeed, actually not permitted to play in Jeju. But I'm sure this would be special in many ways. The action has been so tense, Sam, that I haven't had a chance to do my favorite thing and take a look at all the other events going on today, but I will say that once we wrap up this heads-up battle, we do have the APT Thailand event. And wait just a second. Terry has yet another strong holding, another pocket pair in the form of 8s. Thankfully for Joseph, rags once again, but how long can he take this? He's down to 11 bigs. Once again, his composure is to be commended. Absolutely calm. On to the next one. He's seen this all before, not just across his career, but on this table itself. Now the chip lead, a clean 4 to 1.
It's gotta feel good for Terry to gain back the momentum, put himself in a spot where, you know, just one flip away from winning the tournament.
Flight 1B is in full swing, by the way, for our APT Jeju main event.
No way. Look at this. Terry, 4 pocket pairs in a row, all in descending order. Kings, queens, 8s, and now deuces. He's got to go for the shove here, and he does indeed. Joseph, king 6 of hearts.
Oh, he has to call this. It's too strong.
There it is. This could be it, folks. Pocket deuces versus king 6 of hearts, and even 50% for both players. Tang, his second opportunity to take this down. They are both all in. As we go to a flop. A heart in the window. And an open ender for Joseph.
Never easy.
Half the deck here to dodge for Tang.
14 outs twice. There it is.
8 of spades, and Joseph is going to double up. You can see the frustration in Tang's face.
6 for a chop, says Tang. Not to be. Joseph once again finds the double. Chip lead goes from 4 to 1.
The man is unkillable.
Indeed he is. Now just to a 3-2 chip lead.
That is 3 all-ins that Joseph and Tang have clashed in. Joseph managing to survive all 3 of them.
Clearly this heads-up battle is far from over. Joseph has shown incredible resilience, has had the cards support him as well when he finds himself at risk for his tournament life. Terry has to be starting to wonder if his dominance throughout this table until the heads-up portion is getting evened out in terms of the variance and the luck. Needs to keep the frustration, the angst completely out of it. Perhaps take a leaf out of Joseph's book in terms of composure. Just get back right to it. He himself has seen this before on this table after all the stacks were even at some point. And Terry clawed his way back into a hefty lead. Just needs to do it one more time. Ace, Queen, 8, 2 clubs. Racks for both players. Terry has the best hand, but Joseph has the betting lead. Wow, the 6-2 suited gets it done.
And look how quickly he's gone from a 4-1 lead to nearly even in chips. Joseph with the comeback king.
$264 entries in Flight 1A. Oh, excuse me, 285 entries in Flight 1A. Combined with over 250 in Flight 1B today so far, which will only climb as we head towards the end of registration a couple of hours from now.
As well as an over 100 entries into the online event to bring them to the day 3 for the main event as well.
Exactly. The APT online portion means you can play on Natural 8 and qualify for day 3. Means we're approaching that guarantee of 2 billion Korean won, slow and steady, but there's 2 flights to go. This is going to be a record-breaking prize pool for the main event. The APT going from strength to strength. All thanks to the support of its players, its participants, all you guys who not only show up to the festival but watch the stream. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts. In case you want to consider joining the main event, do come down. And if you do find yourself on the floor, do say hi to Sam and I. Just ask for Vidur or Sam. We will show you around happily.
Tang here, 8 deuce off, a very weak hand. Typically players like to raise extremely polarized in these limped spots. Very weak hands mixed with their very strong hands, and Tang indeed going to raise it up, just wants to finish the hand here. Joseph makes the call. Very tough to fold a king heads up, even one as weak as king 5 offsuit.
The absolute drags in the form of the 8 deuce off. Taking the lead here with top pair. What a great spot. Try to punish the limp with absolute racks. End up with top pair. You go from bluffing to now betting for value. Joseph lets it go. The tension a bit more palpable than perhaps as recently as 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, we've seen Joseph Jeong get quite unlucky before this heads-up match, losing quite a few flips and some all-ins, and just running into it when he had the second best hand, but managing to keep his composure, and now is in the running for the exclusive Black Lion Trophy and 272,000 American dollars. Terry Tang here, the Queen 6 of Diamonds. Just going to limp the button, and Joseph opting to choose the aggressive route, the 5 deuce of diamonds. Or sorry, just call. Tang raises, Joseph calls.
Joseph is defending as wide as 5 deuce suited. The ranges can be just that wide, heads up, even out of position. Thinking back to that now legendary hand, Sam, the Queens versus Pocket Kings. If I remember correctly, the flop was 9-6-4, or something of the like. That's what I mean. People defend as wide as 9-4 suited, 5 deuce suited. You can just convince yourself, heads up, that you're getting the right odds. Queen 6 of diamonds is an interesting one on this board. A double gutter, actually. A 7 or a jack would give Terry the straight. He's ahead with Queen high, though. King pairs up the board. Joseph has to go for a bet. He can credibly represent one pair hands, but decides against it. Has to show down the 5 deuce, actually.
Terry, a little bit of a needle to Joseph. 5 high, no bluff. Joseph saying, too scary.
This is why revealing hands can give so much information. 1, you're defending as wide as 5 deuce suited. 2, you're willing to actually check with the nut low. Playing the board and not bluff. All this can be a factor in future hands. Queen 7 suited. As Sam pointed out, Joseph has been going for a limping strategy in position. He's content letting hands such as 10 deuce see the flop for free, as long as he can keep the pot low, play small ball, as Daniel Negreanu would love to say. Certainly would have the edge in position. A 10 of spades is an action card, right in the window. 2 3s afterwards, not so much. Goes check, check. Top pair still for Terry. Surely he'd want to lay out a bet. Could consider check calling as a trap. Delayed c-bets being fairly common now.
Terry opted for a slightly over half pot bet size here, 300k. And Joseph is done with a hand. It's a very nice check back on such a dry flop, 10-3-3. Doesn't opt to go for the range bet.
Nice little shot of our studio lighting, by the way. Don't see that as often. Sort of the behind the curtains, you can see our feature table area. As can the rest of the players out on the floor, by the way, and to look out to the feature table, hoping to be on it. For some people, maybe hoping never to be on it because they hate being featured, but of course, you'd want to make it to the final table of something like our main event. You think you'd prefer to be on the feature table, Sam, or you think it gives away too much about your play?
I broadcast all my plays to YouTube. I actually enjoy the feature tables. I don't have to turn my phone on to record any hands. I can just go back to the recording, so I do like the feature table.
It's like having an outsourced content team working for your YouTube channel.
Yes. Joseph, Queen Jack of Diamonds. Does he want to just call and try to outplay him post flop, or is he just going to take the shove spot? Yeah, Tang noting that Joseph did not fold the 5 deuce of diamonds to a raise, but this time Joseph wanting to use his post-flop ability here, and he's going to flop a jack. That is top pair, and Tang with an open ender, an action flop here.
Oh my. Rainbow board as well. A 4 or a 9 could actually spell the end of things. Joseph only has 13 bigs. How does he want to approach this out of position? A check raise certainly on the table. Could end the hand right here. There's a pre-flop raise that has occurred, so might want to actually deny equity from the overcards and get calls from something like 9s, 8s, 10s, weaker jacks, all in the mix. Does go for the check raise. Above 600,000, 625 it seems like. 650 in fact, and Terry is in a tough spot. Of course he has so much equity with the straight draw, but if he makes a flat call here and does not hit, he will be in a tricky situation given the stack sizes. Let's work through it. A call here would take the pot to 2.25 million. Joseph would have 1.6 million behind. Terry would be forced rather to fold to a jam. Could he give his opponent credit for a bluff that might fold if he came over the top here with his straight draw? There certainly are hands that would fold to aggression here. Weak jacks, perhaps hands such as ace-7. Draws that Joseph could have himself. Yeah, he decides to go for the aggression. Joseph makes the call. And Joseph is now 67% to take the lead here in the Superstar Challenge. 5.4 million in the middle.
Our 4th all-in on this final table, heads up. And Joseph, once again, for the 4th time for his tournament life. Deuce of spades on the turn. 8 outs for Terry Tang to take it home.
Could be over with a 4 or a 9. Otherwise, we have a new chip leader. A queen gives 2 pair and indeed the chip lead to Joseph. They have effectively swapped stacks. Now the 3-2 chip lead in the favor of the man from the United States. Started off the heads-up battle down 4.5 to 1 in chips.
And for the first time is now in the chip lead. This is the first time today that Terry Tang has not had the most chips on the table.
I'm just waiting for a shot of Terry Tang. There it is. He's taking it okay, but we've seen him express some of the pain he's been feeling not being able to win an all-in against this man, Joseph Zhang. 9 million chips in play total. Joseph has 5.4 million. If it's not obvious by this point, ladies and gentlemen, anything can still happen. We do see Greg goes all in his, would that be a burgundy suit? A red suit? sitting stoically at the side of the table.
I was going to say maroon.
Maroon?
But
I'll go with
burgundy
maroon.
is about the same thing.
Charlie Goodboy says Joseph is like the Rambo of poker. Wait, what does that mean?
Unkillable.
Ah, unkillable. Have you seen this trend on TikTok for algorithmic and censorship reasons? People don't like to use the word kill or dead. So
Yeah.
they say unalive.
Yeah.
Joseph is unalivable. Four deuce offsuit this time. We've seen him limp a hand, I think precisely four deuce in fact, so there he goes again. If you're not raising from the button, you can actually limp 100% of hands as we see Joseph do. We have to see what he does if he has a premium holding on the button, but might want to balance now considering he's been limping every hand. 9-6 queen. Terry got the free flop with the 8-5 off. 2.5 bigs in the middle to 5-4, or 3 rather. Terry has a gut shot. Joseph has 4 high. And ace of clubs. Joseph is the only one who can represent it, considering he's limping most of his hands. And with 4 high, I suspect that's exactly what he's going to do. Tiny bet, fired into the middle. 1.5 bigs, good enough. The chip lead is extended. You have to feel for Terry. Absolutely in control, in cruise control throughout the stable. Now finally running behind the chip lead of Joseph. He almost has lost the muscle, the gear to not have the chip lead.
Yeah, it's a very tough heads-up table for him. Queen 8 here for Terry Tang. Opting to limp, Joseph. King 4 offsuit in the big blind. He's gonna raise it up here. Now with the big stack, applying pressure to Tang. He's gotta be feeling it now. He's had such a commanding lead on the table since the beginning of day 2. And he's gonna let the Queen 8 offsuit go here. Joseph adding to that lead. Nearly 2-1 now.
MJ21 in chat says, good afternoon from Hong Kong. Well, good afternoon, MJ. If you are just joining us, what a time to tune in. 2 of the best in the world are battling at the Superstar Challenge. Terry Tang found himself on the back foot momentarily. We saw Terry do the same thing as Joseph just did, by the way, with the 8 deuce off, if I remember correctly. Ended up flopping top pair there. So both players are limping and attacking the limp, but I have to say it's funny. Joseph has sort of set the tone with the limping here. Just goes to show that extra element of him being in control of this heads-up battle. Terry certainly was not limping as a strategy before Joseph revealed that he was doing so in every hand. Does signal that Joseph thinks he has the edge in heads-up play here. Perhaps thanks to tons of experience or maybe just training. Wants to keep the variance low. Queen 10 versus 7-8 to the flop. Middle pair versus the nut gut shot and the overcard. Fairly even battle in terms of equity. Joseph has position. Begins with a 1 BB bet. Terry cannot go anywhere at the moment. Call or raise are the options. Call for now. Keeps his range wide. All kinds of gut shots possible for Terry to have also. So we head to 4th Street. It's a brick, 5 of diamonds. In a similar spot, we saw Terry actually lead out. Did have a great kicker there to go along with his smaller pair. Check this time. Joseph can start forcing the issue. Has just enough equity, can represent the jack. Goes big. 600,000 this time. Setting up for that 1 SPR on the river. Let's just take a look at the stacks. Terry, if he calls, would have 2.1 million behind with 2 million in the pot. A lot of great leverage on this bet, as they say. He's only betting 600,000, but he's putting Terry to the test for all 2.7 million. What a great bet. The board is just so dry. Terry has middle pair heads up. He knows he's not supposed to fold, that's for sure. It's just the leverage on that bet. You're out of position. You figure if you check call, your opponent will know you're weak and put you to the test on the next street. He doesn't let any of that get to him. Makes the call. It's the correct one. Crucial river incoming. 10 outs for Joseph. Very curious to see what he does if he does not hit those outs. The king is indeed not one of those outs, but a card that Joseph could consider representing. Let's not forget he's playing a limping strategy. His range is very, very wide when he limps.
One SPR on the river. Joseph, it did notice that Tang used a time bank on the turn to call that large bet. Would he do that with a set, with 2 pair?
Believe it or not, Joseph has some showdown value. He has the best possible gut shot.
He is going to use a time bank.
He would be 10-9, the most obvious straight draw. Also 7-9, that would have turned into a double gut shot that would be forced to call on the turn. He could be putting that together to consider checking behind.
Wow, look at that. All in. Maximum pressure. And Tang in a world of hurt.
Wow.
Only has 1 minute to make the call for his tournament life. This is not an easy spot for Terry Tang. Can he do it?
Wow. What a play. Blockers be damned. Joseph just goes for it. Just realizing from the way Terry has played his hand that a jack is unlikely. Terry does have some time bank chips. They were cut off by the split screen, but I do like this view and I hope we keep it because the tension is insane. Joseph completely unaffected. Terry understandably squirming in a world of pain. Is he getting ready to let this go? Takes another peek. The card protecting chips have been removed. That's step 1 to a fold. Oh my. Joseph Chong gets it through, putting a huge chunk of his stack at risk. And Terry is going to hate that one when he sees it on the stream. He is down to 12 bigs. The chip lead now 3.5 to 1 in the favor of Joseph Chong. The chat goes wild. Nice bet, says MJ21. Joseph, nice bluff. Right before Joseph pulled the trigger, I did see Ralph M say, do it. Like Emperor Palpatine. Antares says, wow. Wow indeed, chat. This man, his screen name is well known to be sublime. And I must say he lives up to it. What a masterclass Joseph Chong is putting on tonight. Jack 9 of clubs, the exact hand Joseph found the jam and the double up with. Terry, no doubt, considering the jam. Goes for the limp for now. Joseph has 6 high. Should be happy to see the free board, but could consider 3 betting as a bluff. Decides to go for the former option. Nine, 5 deuce. Perfect board for Terry to get some value. Top pair versus middle pair. Could we see another flip-flop in the dynamic? Wow, Terry checks behind top pair, even though it's just a 9 and vulnerable to all kinds of bigger cards coming out. This is getting tricky. A little bit of FPS, as they say, fancy play syndrome. I think, as they say, Terry just rolled extremely low on the randomizer. Check behind. Representing some sort of overcards, and now Joseph makes a reasonable bet, middle pair and the straight draw. Gets called in position by Terry. Beautiful jack on the river for Terry to feel extra comfortable. Joseph still does have a decent pair. The clubs have missed. Perhaps hands with a 4 in them we're going to call as well. I think hands with an ace and 2 overcards would have called as well, so Terry can certainly represent a lot of missed bluffs or missed overcards. All in, he says, and this is not an easy fold for Joseph. He knows Terry has to be feeling frustrated. He just made an all-in with air himself. I have found, looking at the events from yesterday, Sam, that players who are aggressive themselves give their opponents a lot of credit for being aggressive. They tend to be able to make hero calls. Joseph needs to give this a lot of consideration. He has the 6 as a blocker as well against the nut straight. Does not block hands such as ace 4, of course, but lots of club draws were missed. Lots of hands such as, let's say, the ace queen, ace king, ace 10 could have played the same way. Has to consider that his opponent could have lucked into a jack of some fashion. The jack 10 suited, the ace jack. Yeah, just lets it go. Great fold by Joseph, but a nice little pickup there by Terry. As we approach hand number 124. Looking back to when we reached heads up, I think we were somewhere around hand number 90 or so. Not your everyday heads up battle, this. And why not? For 85,000 US dollars. It's at this stage, Sam, that things in the booth start getting a little bit loosey-goosey in terms of prop bets. So to be precise, I think we started heads up at hand number 85. We're approaching 40 hands of heads up. Any guesses? What hand we go till? how many hands it lasts.
Ooh, Tang is getting a little short here. But 17 big blinds, still a little bit of play. I have no idea what we're going to go to. Could all be over the very next hand.
If I know these guys, you're going to make it fun. What do you think? 135 over under?
35. I'll take the over.
Okay, I see. You want things to go on for a while? You owe me 1 beer based on our prop bets so far.
Yep.
I'll adjust the line a little bit. How about 140 over under? You pick.
I'll do 140 over.
You got it. Chat, what do you think? Do we have 15 more hands in this incredible battle? She took the over, so I'm rooting for lesser. But really, as always, I'm rooting for the most poker. There is something wrong with me. I'm always rooting for more poker. I think these players might have had enough, though. Both of them would love to snatch the win somehow. Joseph currently in pole position. 7-5 suited versus 10-5 off. All Broadway, ace, queen, jack. Terry with the most equity and the best hand. And bets it. I like this. Position, gut shot, range advantage. Equals chips. Someone in chat says, I watched Joseph play heads up since I was young. That's very cool. I've certainly watched him play three-handed since I was young, because most famously he finished, I believe it was 3rd position in the World Series of Poker main event. Sam Chat is with me. Let's finish within 10 hands. See, I've hedged my bets. Either I lose a beer to Sam, or I get to watch more heads-up battling.
This has been a very entertaining match. A lot of swings. Tang just cannot close it out. 4 all-ins. And Joseph picking up the pocket queens here. Have I spoken too soon? And there it is. He is limping 100%, not opting to raise his strongest hands on these 20 big blind stacks. Tang going to take the free flop here with a 9-8 off.
Would have loved to induce some action.
And look at that top set. Tang with the gut shot.
Casually flicks in some chips. Internally begging for a call, or even better, a raise. Have you spoken about the orange on the table yet, Sam?
No, I've only noticed that a few hands ago. And is Terry cutting out raising chips? Look at that. Joseph limping the button, flopping top set, and inducing a raise from a hand with only 15% equity. Just a gut shot from Tang. What a dream spot for Joseph. If he can fade a 10 here, this may be the final hand.
Nothing to do but flat call here. This is a dream scenario. Not really worried about any holding. It's a rainbow board, and ace is just fine for Joseph.
It may slow Tang down, though. His gut shot has become much weaker now, as any king just has him crushed. And yes, he does indeed check. SPR a little over 1. Does Joseph want to go for the bet and try to win it all? Joseph, 500K, and is going to take it down. Tang is going to give up on that bluff. Joseph, commanding lead, 42 big blinds versus 14.
3-1. Terry looking around, understandably frustrated. Needs a crucial double up, 3-1. Not much to worry about, just think about it. One double up and you're even in stacks. But a few big blinds lost at this point can make a world of a difference.
Terry, pocket fives here, 10 big blinds. The blinds have gone up 100K, 200K with a 200K big blind ante.
On to the next one. The big blind and big blind ante being posted. This one's going to hurt. 2 out of the 14 bigs of Terry's stack placed into the middle. All in, says Joseph. Fairly standard queen 10 off.
And there's a
those
call.
blinds.
Tang, ace deuce off, at risk here.
This could all be over. 45% equity, not too shabby for Joseph. It's essentially a flip for $85,000, and there's a 10. There is a 10. Terry has to look at the board in disgust. Needs an ace to the rescue, only 3 outs. There's a 9, so an ace and an ace only. Otherwise, we have a superstar champion in the form of Joseph Chong. He needs the Barry Greenstein. And there's an ace
on the river. Look at that. Tang is going to take the chip lead. Wow. Wow. And I nearly owed another beer to you, Vidir. That is an insane river. Look at the relief on Tang's face.
Oh my goodness, chat. How do you like that? The Barry Greenstein. Terry dealing with the emotions of that roller coaster. I think that orange is actually a stress ball, and he really does need it at the moment. But the news is good. He has taken the chip lead once again. 25 bigs versus 19 bigs, and Joseph, the slightest hint of a smile, and there's the actual smile and a laugh. He has seen it all, but how close was he to tasting the glory, that beautiful black APT Lion? And of course the extra $85,000. 5.1 million now for Terry. This is just ridiculous, Sam. The amount of emotional roller coasters on this final table parallel just about any table I've ever seen. Especially for this one man, Terry, aka Tang Tianwan from China, back in the lead. Charlie Goodboy says in chat, almost had a heart attack by just watching them. You and I both, Charlie. You and I both. That's Shan and Cindy, part of the APT media and live stream team. Smiles and claps for what has been an incredibly entertaining final table. Worthy to be called the Superstar Challenge. This is one for the history books, and it's not yet over by any means. The chip lead is being passed around like a volleyball on this table. for now. Terry Tang is the one in possession. Finds the ace on the button. 2.5x raise will get called. Joseph knows Queen 9 needs to be defended even for a 2.5x open, but look at how big the pot is already. 1.2 million in the middle. Ace 7-3 rainbow board. Easy life for Terry. The chip lead certainly going to be extended. Plays it tricky, goes for the check. No queen or 9, mercifully for Joseph.
Another check back from Tang. Really just trying to let Joseph catch up a little bit here, catch a tiny piece, extract a little bit more value.
Trappy. Did not work.
No, Joseph has, I think, enough showdown with his queen high here.
The delayed c-bet. 2 streets checked. Final street bet. It's an under bet, mind you. And Joseph sighs and just goes with the math and has to call, given the pot odds. The fact that queen high is going to be ahead enough of the time makes him lose a few more chips. Over a 2-1 chip lead once again. Terry is in control. I'd love to see a guess the winner poll at this point. I mean, how could it not be 50-50? Truly anyone's game. These guys are just relentless. We see that Joseph, even with a stack under 20 bigs, is calling pre-flop with queen 9 off, calling off river bets, making queen high calls, just not letting the moment and certainly not the man get in the way of playing good poker. King 10 suited does get the usual limb from Joseph. He'd be willing to call off a jam, by the way, but the jack 5 off is likely going to take the free flop.
Ace, queen, deuce, rainbow. Joseph still in the lead here. Does improve to a gut shot. Not much going on for Tang here and is going to get out of the way. Every big blind. 400K into the middle. If you recall, our starting stack for this event was 200K. Is now only worth 1 big blind.
I think the starting stack was 250 actually.
250?
So we're 1 level away from each 1 big blind being 1 buy-in, 1 soul, as I like to call it. Always fascinating to think about. The goal in a tournament is to just get all the chips every buy-in, eventually representing just 1 blind. Monster holding for Joseph, King 10 suited, very strong. No reason to give your opponent a free look at the flop after they've limped. Big raise and a quick fold. Terry a bit more relaxed at the moment, having the chip lead, but it's not as wide as he'd like it. 27 bigs to 17. Everything to play for.
Players asking for a short 5-minute break. Yeah, Terry would like a 5-minute break. Jeffrey saying doesn't mind.
There we go. A quick break. We will stay on the tables because I think it might even be shorter than 5 minutes, frankly. I think I saw Terry sprinting towards the restroom. Who can blame him? As we zoom in on the beautiful black APT two-dimensional Lion Trophy, in case you've not had a chance to get a closer look. That's what we're playing for, apart from the $85,000 differential between second and first place. To all of you in chat, I hope you've been having as much fun as we have. I know you guys really pipe up during the crazy moments, and there's been like 20 of them today. For instance, we just saw the crazy ace on the river preserving Terry's tournament life. While we have just 2 minutes as we come back from the break, I've just been informed. We would love it if all 400 of you would hit the like button. That's too much to ask for. And maybe some of you could oblige. We would love to get to at least 100 likes on the stream. And of course, we're aiming for 13,000 subscribers at the end of the festival. Somebody asking in chat, break time. Not precisely. Stick with us. The players will be back to the table as soon as possible. I've been told just a couple of minutes. Glorp in chat saying, did they deal? Glorp, we're very transparent. No deal, actually. We are still playing for that differential between 188,000 to 272,000 USD. Comments on the poker dealers dressing pretty indeed they are, and in fact they dress in the Korean traditional garb known as the hanbok, thanks to us being here in Jeju, South Korea. As we take a look at the snapshot of the event, 36 entries down to 2. Sam, I mean, these guys have been battling for what? I think we did the math. Started off at 85, hand number 85. Almost 50 hands of heads up in the books. It's been an absolute roller coaster. I haven't seen a heads up table like this in a long time. I'm thinking back to Punat Punstri battling it out for the main event in Taipei last year. Any thoughts so far on these two challengers?
There have been a lot of back and forth. We've seen 5 all-ins, no eliminations. We did see an all-in without a call twice, once from each player. We had the straight from Tang, overbet shove in the river, didn't get called, and we saw a massive bluff with the Queen 10 off. That was an insane bluff, insane heart, blocking some straights, but knowing. I think he just knows his opponent. What do you think, Vadir?
That was perhaps the key hand of the tournament. Depends on how, of course, the result of this match goes. That is going to be a painful one, or one that Terry can look at and just laugh about, because after all, he could have just called and taken an absolutely dominant position in the tournament. Joseph just showing he is one of the world's best. After all, he has over 18 million USD in lifetime earnings. He is showing what it takes to win against some of the best. Terry Tan, of course, one of China's top players, has crossed 1 million US in lifetime earnings with this tournament, but looking to grab that APT trophy for his mantelpiece. Of course, you mentioned some other crucial all-ins. Nothing compares, perhaps, to that heartbreaking ace on the river for Joseph Chong. He was all in Queen 10 versus, I believe, the ace deuce. And, of course, catching the 10 on the flop and the ace. To see somebody in chat saying, I just came back from Jeju for a holiday. It was such a nice place. A huge shout out to our venue here, the Jeju Shinhwa World Resorts, right in the middle of Jeju Island here in South Korea. It's almost like some sort of a Las Vegas meets Disneyland all of its own. There's like 4 hotels, 30 restaurants, all excellent, by the way. Shopping, and of course the landing casino where we are playing the APT Jeju 2024.
And play is back underway. Joseph limping the button. Ace 9 off, Queen Jack off. Some pretty strong hands for heads up. And an ace in the window. Joseph going to move into first place here with his top pair, Tang, with the nut gut shot here. And Queen Jack high is not a bad hand on this board.
It was also not a bad hand for Terry to consider raising or indeed jamming against the 16 big stack of Joseph. Chose not to do so. Certainly would have been theoretically correct. Ended up saving himself, perhaps, considering Joseph was almost certainly calling it off with the ace-9 off. And a queen is disaster for Terry. Could lose him a few more chips. Does give him plenty of outs, though. 9 of them, as you see on the top of the screen. Good spot for Joseph to get some value. Of course, with him limping almost every hand. Certainly does not need to have an ace in his range. Big bet. Good spot to go slightly bigger. He knows a 3 is folding to any sizing, perhaps. And a king would be compelled to call one more street. Terry, meanwhile, has the perfect queen to be forced to continue. This would take a lot of discipline to fold. Terry knows every pot is so crucial at this stage. He does make the call. I wonder if he has a plan besides trying to hit, though. Otherwise, he needs to think his opponent is bluffing frequently enough with air on 2 streets. As we saw with the Queen 10 bluff, clearly Joseph is capable of exactly that. And an absolutely clean river. Joseph has exactly 1 SPR effective. Does this go check, jam for value, a bet for value, perhaps something smaller? Or Terry, perhaps taking his time, could be considering a blocker. Checks for now. Tough to have bluffs on this board, but if somebody is capable, it's Joseph Chong. Terry barely had a break there, but if he has some friends in the audience on the rail, they could have informed him about Joseph's big bluff when Terry had the 8 pair. Yeah, it is a jam. Effective jam.
Just 1 big blind behind. 2 million.
Terry blocks the Jack 10 with the Jack in his own hand. Knows Joseph should not be doing this with a king. Joseph could easily have an odd combination 2 pair, the king 3, king 4 even, considering he's limping all his hands. Puts it all together, lets it go, and here we go again, Sam. Even Stevens, if anything, Joseph has a small lead. Am I getting used to this? It's like a pendulum. Swings, back to the middle, swings the other way, back to the middle.
Yes, a wild ride.
This battle is taking ages, says MJ in chat. Well, the blinds are going to go up very shortly. Just about 20 bigs or so in their stacks. With the blind level increasing to 250k, it's going to be down to something like 16 bigs effective, 32 bigs total in play, give or take. The structure will force the issue, because it seems like these guys are willing to battle forever. And we thank them for it. It's been quite a ride. 9-5 suited. We queen 7 off. Paired board on the flop. Player in position should have the advantage here. Needs to rely on the player out of position though. Not finding the 3-bet on the flop would be credible. This is reminiscent of one of the most famous hands in poker, the Phil Ivey hand where he 5-bets on the flop. I believe the board was Jack, Jack, Rag there as well.
Yes, his reads are just incredible. So are Joseph's. Look at this.
Joseph has seen that hand as well. This one goes out to Ivy. As I mentioned, Yes, a paired board like this favors the man in position, but not if your opponent finds the fearless 3-bet with 9 high. And has Joseph seen the Ivy hand?
He must have. He's been around the block for quite a while now.
For $85,000 to play for, can he find yet another raise? Who can blame him? He lets it go. Terry has been pushed around by Joseph in a few key spots. As a result, 16 bigs now versus Joseph's 28 bigs. How do you like that, chat? To the almost 400 of you. Let's hear it. What do the gamers say? Joseph OP, Terry OP. Love to see some support. $5.6 million now for Joseph. Limping as always. Terry will take the free flop with the 9-8 off. All diamonds. This is brutal. Joseph has flopped the flush. Terry has the gut shot and a bigger flush draw that could come to the rescue. For now, he certainly will not be folding with all those draws possible. Calls 200. 3 does not change anything for either player. What is Terry's plan here? Is he checking with the intention of check calling? Joseph has an obvious bet to make.
Wow, Tang just gets out of there really quick with the gut shot, 8 high flush draw. Joseph, commanding lead now, over 2-1. He's got to be feeling good, especially after so many hands played today.
Credit to Terry though. Good time for discipline.
Tang picking up the queen 3 off on the button, 13 bigs.
He limps, as he himself has been doing, with a wide range of hands. King 4 for Joseph was the best hand, no longer. A 3 deuce on the board. Middle pair, good kicker for Terry. Jack brings in a 3-card flush draw. No player with a heart. Yeah, Terry can bet this heads up in position, likely with the best holding. Joseph finds the fold, 2-1 chip lead. Pulv in chat says Joseph has really sick plays. We could not agree more. Terry from China, Joseph from the US. Somebody in chat says Joseph is an ABK. Took me a second, but that means American-born Korean. Have you ever heard the term Desi, Sam?
No, I have not. What is that?
It's what Indians sort of refer to themselves as. It almost means like from the village or from the town, but it just now means like Indian. And there's this whole thing about having a bit of an identity crisis. If you're a first-generation immigrant, you might be able to relate to that, but you know, you're confused whether you're American, whether you're Indian, if you're born there, in America that is. So American-born Indians are called ABCDs. which means American-born confused Desi.
I like that term, ABCD. Easy to remember.
So when you go to college, I was from India, and I moved to the US for college, and then there were many Indians who were born in America who were at the same college. So it was always like the Indians versus the ABCDs in like dance battles and stuff. Man, the tension has been so intense. I almost forgot about our little prop bet.
Yes, hand 140 was, I believe.
A weird hand 138.
Oh, 3 more hands to go.
I think I'm on the losing side of this one, but like I said, I was happy to lose. That just means we get more poker.
Joseph moving all in here, the Jack 4 of hearts.
Seems awkward, but once again, theoretically correct. Could be right on the margin, but you're picking up the blinds and antes, and again, if you manage to put your opponent under pressure, psychological factors as well. Also, not to mention, Jack 4 suited, if it's right on the borderline of a theoretical shove, people tend to not call you as wide as theory suggests, so you can actually shove wider. Joseph knows that, sees it all, calculates it all. Is putting his opponent to the test.
Oh, very close to a call there from Tang.
Yeah, but an angry fold.
A very frustrated fold there.
Clean 3-1 chip lead. The Jack 4 suited, MJ21 in chat pointing out, is the Robbie hand. Let's not dwell on that. Let's get back to this intense battle. Appreciate the close-up there. All the tension perhaps visible with Terry's expression. Mystery hand once again, but 10 bigs and all in likely. King 3 is close, surely. You don't love it. But again, it's all about theory. Your opponent could be jamming as wide as Jack 10, Jack 9. After all, we just saw the Jack 4 suited find the jam from Joseph himself. It's very borderline though. It's all about, do you think you have an edge over your opponent? Is this the spot you want to take? It is plus EV to call though.
Looks like Joseph agrees with you. Very borderline. Gives the head nod and is not going to take this spot.
Terry folds. We'll never know if he was ahead or not, but in a way it doesn't matter. Joseph making the borderline fold.
And with that, it looks like you owe me a beer, Vidir.
Oh, hand 140. Wait, it has to be over. You took the
Okay,
over.
I did take the over.
Are we calling 140 a push or?
Sure.
Okay, all tension on this hand. Otherwise, I owe you a beer.
All right. All right, Joseph, hold off the win. One more hand. Nine-8 off here.
Yeah, it's a shove.
All in. Yep.
And the king deuce this time.
Wow.
The
Here
king
we
little
go.
will call off. Terry once again has put himself in a favorable position in the all-in scenario. Joseph has been tough to beat all in, but this time Terry is the one with his tournament life at risk. And a double up would put him once again in the lead. So the roller coaster continues. 5.1 million chips in the middle. Terry does his usual, looking at the screen and not the felt. Looking to dodge an 8 or a 9, and there's a 9. The queen of clubs, perhaps a sliver of hope, but the 9 does take away all kinds of equity. The deuce no longer good. Terry will need a king, and the 4 of diamonds means no backdoor outs. Joseph once again 1 card away. We saw an ace on the river previously. Can Terry hit the king? And a deuce is not going to cut it.
Wow, what an incredible comeback for Joseph. An 8-1 dog in terms of chips.
Time for the satellite for the main event. And if you paid and registered, you may now proceed to your respective table.
It's a nice trophy. I'd prefer one of those lions, though. I was just telling Jimmy, I was like, what are you doing with this? You big black lion, you know?
I know, it's a nice trophy, but not as grand as the big lion trophy. I will tell you, though, that this is only the second ever made black lion trophy, only second to Elki's back in Taipei. Here, take a hold. Take a look at that. I know. Now, listen, you faced a lot of coolers at this final table, on the wrong side of the coolers, but you maintained your cool, made some really sick folds. How did you manage to keep your cool?
I made some good folds, I had some good reads on people, and I ran pretty hot heads up, so, you know, worked out really well.
And talking about heads up, you came in like a 5-1 chip underdog. What was your mindset going to this heads up match?
I thought I'd have to win a lot of all-ins, which I did in the beginning. And then it just kind of evened out and it was good. Smooth sailing from there.
Awesome. Any last things you want to say to your friends and family back home?
Not really.
All right, folks, give it up one more time for your Superstar Challenge champion, Joseph Chung!
Yeah, what an incredible comeback for Joseph to take down, like Greg said, the second Black Lion trophy. What an incredible win to come back and lock himself up $272,000 American dollars. That's got to feel good. What do you think he's feeling right now, Vidir?
Well, he's been there, done that when it comes to all things poker, but this has got to be special, more than $250,000 US. That has a nice ring to it. But GG, first of all, to our second place finisher, Tang Tianwan from China. Also goes by Terry, locked up 187,000 USD. Tried his best and barely made any missteps, but Joseph just on the right side of things. Of course, both played incredible. Joseph did entertain us with some incredible bluffs as well. A well-deserving champion, and GG to them both.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. That was a whirlwind of a final table ending on hand 140. So many back and forth. That is...
Our prop bet goes for a push. We did bet over and under 140. Right at 140, keeping things fair. I like it. Just noticed that. Was so caught up with the moment, understandably. But prop bets aside, a thank you to all of you for watching. And as you were saying, Sam, these players were just world-class, and that's exactly what we expect at this Superstar Challenge. The only second ever Superstar Challenge after Taipei, a 30 million Korean won buy-in, 22,000 USD. That translates to give or take, leading to a 1 billion Korean won prize pool and that incredible $272,000 up top. GG to all our final table finishers, of course. This was a 7-handed day 2. 2 of them did not make the money, Danny Tang and Pete Chen. So GG to them as well. Now, that does not wrap up the action. The festival and, of course, the stream schedule is going strong. Today itself, we have another stream coming to you. Very different in flavor, the APT Thailand exclusive table. That's going to be a more fun one. I think my heart could use a break from all the roller coasters. I'm hoping for a light, casual, fun, breezy table there.
Yes, indeed. Me as well, Vidir. Thank you so much from all of us here, and we will see you once again tonight.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.